Hello and welcome to SEOcharity. Today we have the fourth conference SEO for Paws, and on our agenda there are lots of events and lots of uh, presentations by fabulous speakers. We'll start with Andrey Lipattsev in a bit. Wait for it. We'll also be having people talking about AI a lot, about how to thrive as a consultant, how to do SEO audits, how to buy links or not to buy links, how to fill gaps in your prompts, and how to enhance your EEAT if it's possible at all, and some technical SEO strategies as well, powered by hyperlocal visibility via community PR and all that stuff. But right now, I'm passing the word to Anton to tell us more about this project and why we are all here and what it's all about. Anton.
Yeah, okay. It's a tradition that I do charity thing, and Alessia does SEO thing. So now it's my time, and also Alessia asked me to step a little bit more about this. We're doing a fourth conference, which so well, fantastic, and the project itself starts in March 2022, just after the war started. Um, I did help shelters, cat and dog shelters before, just on my own, just a little bit of money, and they all live on a donation. Because we are talking about a really small, okay, small in terms of they all. Oh yeah, it's a site. Yeah, we're talking about small family size shelters, small in terms of area. They don't have any buildings or anything. They are all situated in flats, apartments, or houses if they're in a village area. Yeah, okay. Alessia helping me with. So this is how it looks like inside. So always this is the kitchen area, and I have to say, all this picture we won't show too many. Don't worry. But all those pictures are from real. This is the real pictures from real shelters we help. It's not stock pictures or not someone pictures we just use. No, this one is in Kiev, for example. This is one bedroom flat, and it's almost 50 cats there. Those two dogs, there's a special story about those two dogs. Those two dogs eventually they were adopted by a family in Germany, and they are now in Germany. But here in this picture, they're still in a shelter waiting for the transportation to Germany. So those two lucky ones, they look like German shepherds, but they're probably not real. But they're now the Germans. Okay, yeah. So we started a project, as I said, March 2022, and originally it was very easy to get money because the sentiment was here, was started, everyone asked how we are doing, how things are, and everything. And people, yeah, and I decided, okay, we should help the animals. Many people they collect money for military equipment, medical tourniquets, all these kind of things, which is of course very important process. But animals were kind of close to my heart, and I understand if I won't do it, probably nobody will. Which is an exaggeration, of course. A lot of people are helping animals, but so I start saying, okay, yeah, I'm helping animals. If you can spare some money, send it to me. And I can't say a wash with them. It was a lot of money, really. And I sent this money to many shelters around, and they were very surprised. Someone, when was all these chaotic military things around, we didn't know what was going to happen, and sending money. After that, it was much more. Yeah, this one is also, as I say, all those pictures are from real shelters we help. I can't remember this one. I think is city of Alexandria, which is in Ukraine as well. So after that, it was became a little bit more difficult to get money because sentiment, yeah, first sentiment, yeah, was something incredible. People sending money. After that, it was more complicated. But we put a little bit of infrastructure. I mean, we decided we're not going to split those money very, very thin. So we will concentrate only on how many shelters we can really help and change their life. So right now we're supporting 5 shelters, 2 in Kiev, 1 in Alexandria, as I said, 1 in north of Ukraine, Chernigov district, 1 in south, Odessa district. All together, it's about 300 animals. Andrey, I know I'm taking your time, but I'll do it quickly. It's about 300 animals. When I said about 300, it's not like I don't know, but I don't know because it's at the morning it would be 300, and at the very end of the day could be 301. I just want to show this is a screenshot. It's a screenshot from today. I don't know if you can read it. It's obviously a Facebook translation. Alia is one of this is city of Alexandria, and she's complaining that someone threw this little kitten into rubbish bin container, and I'm pretty sure 1,000 people just went through, didn't notice, but she did notice this kitten. She managed to open this container, she managed to get it out, and this kitten is safe. So there's saint people, honestly, but they need financial help. So we're doing all the things for 2 reasons. And my part is charity things. So we try to collect money. So all together for this for 3.5 years of doing it, we collected about $80,000, which is enormous, huge amount of money. And of course, thank you our sponsors, because money we get it. Yeah, okay. Alessia showing this. This is in absolutely open access. We will put a link in the chat. Anyone can get there and check. It's all in Ukrainian currency because we do operate. We're getting money in dollars and we convert it into Ukrainian. It's all in Ukrainian currency, but you can check. It's about 42 hryvnias, 42 Ukrainian hryvnias for $1. So and you can see green means we have more money than we spent. Red means red means red. It's very obvious. Yeah, we do need your help. We do, if you can help, if you can spare $10, for example, it would be absolutely fantastic. If you can spare $10 a month, would be great. This is our sponsors for this particular conference, and we really grateful because they brought us a lot of money. Without them, we could not send as much money, obviously, as much money to those shelters. So thank you all, guys. And guys, if you visit SEOcharity.com, there are sponsors there. Click on the sponsor. Might be they're all interesting, great service. Maybe you can use something that would help everyone. I don't know. Okay, one more slide I want to share. It's not slides. Okay.
We can do that later, for example.
Okay, yes, sorry. This one is from a veterinary clinic. You can say urgent patient. So it's another thing. It's not only food. It's unfortunately all the animals, not all, but many animals will get ill. They get they have traumas and everything. Okay, I probably done it too much anyway. So thank you everyone who joined us. Thank you everyone who will join. Thank you for our sponsors. And Andrey, it's all Alessia and Andrey, it's all yours, guys.
Yeah. I'll just briefly, Andrey, I'll just briefly introduce this wonderful person. I think it's the most favorite Googler in Ukraine. Everyone remembers whatever he says. He's cited a lot. We all love him. And we've learned more from his visit to Kiev with Maria, I think, when it was, than we learned from anywhere else. And thank you very much for helping our community to thrive and educating us and helping us. So without further ado, Andrey, the stage is yours.
Oof. Thank you, Alessia. Thanks, Anton. It's probably, without exaggeration, the most difficult opening session I've ever had at any conference. I have 2 cats, and one of them is actually also a little bit sick. And it is incredible that me and my wife, we have the blessing and the opportunity to take care of her. And she's actually doing much better now as well. I know that there's many people in this world right now who also need help. The way I think about this is that even though some people are very vulnerable and really cannot help themselves, as Anton pointed out, there's more of an energy, there's more of a drive globally to support these people. And our little friends, for whom we have a lot of responsibility. In circumstances like today, they really cannot help themselves. And it is really our responsibility. I'm very touched, Alisa, by you saying that I'm Ukraine's favorite Googler. There are wonderful, wonderful colleagues of mine who have done a lot more since, and not just for the SEO community, but way beyond that. I want to give a big shout out to Alexei Bech, who's recently personally delivered a bunch of ambulances all the way from Wales to Ukraine. This is the kind of stuff that, beats anything I could have possibly ever done. But today is not a competition, so I'm going to pull myself together, and we'll talk a little bit about AI technology in the context of advertising, and hopefully draw some parallels between the lessons that I've learned building this and the usefulness of what this is for you, even though you might be focusing, our listeners might be focusing a little bit more on search optimization. Let's see how we can connect some of the dots. And generally, I encourage you all, leave questions in the comments. If we can't get to you live, I'll make sure that some of your questions are collected, and maybe we'll do a nice blog post about it afterwards or something like that. As long as we can put that great donation link in more places online, I think it doesn't hurt. So with that, let's get it started. My name is Andrey. I worked at Google for many years now in different capacities. As Alisa mentioned, years ago, I used to work on our search quality team, and at that point, I worked quite a lot with the webmaster community. Things have changed. I am now working as a product manager on the YouTube ads team. And for the last 6 months, I've been working on a very interesting, all the projects were here, I would say, are interesting. This is not more or less interesting than any other. But for me personally, it is very special because we're trying to do something really unique, at least for now. We shall see. Hopefully, or maybe not so much hopefully, but I'm quite convinced that by this time next year, this kind of application of AI will be a lot more widespread. For now, I'm not aware of anybody else doing something similar. But what is it, and where are we starting with? The whole premise is that, as you all know, you're probably too painfully aware, our digital world is saturated with noise. And no one is more aware of it as people that generate content and try to put it in front of people. But if you think of it from an advertiser's perspective, how do you get through, right, with a really unique message and a really unique story? And in the context of videos, I'm not sure by now. I actually don't. It'd be interesting to look these numbers up at some point. But it would be interesting to compare the number of videos available to the number of text documents available. I'm quite sure that, I don't know, I have a feeling that text documents still outnumber videos, but I'm not sure how long this will last, because definitely the amount of video content being uploaded to the internet is overwhelming. So for advertising, for powerful advertising, it's not about just what people watch, but within that, what are the moments that really resonate in a special way? So the product that I'm working on now is all about using Gemini to transform the way YouTube delivers ads to provide moment level precision. So brands can be connected to the precise peak moment inside a video with hopefully a return on investment that other methods are not able to achieve. But before we continue, and I know that we don't have a ton of time today, but I think this is worth a little detour. And there's no better illustration for my next point than the very beginning of today's session. What do you think is the oldest and most powerful tool in a marketer's toolbox? And I know we don't have a real live chat interaction here, so I'm not able to see your responses in real time, but I'll give you like a 5 seconds countdown just to think about it. Maybe if you're watching this on YouTube, put it in the comments. So what is the most powerful tool in a marketer's toolbox?
No one knows.
I'm sure many of you know, and I'm sure many of you have guessed. I mean, it's, again, you can argue with me, but in my opinion,
Email.
and I'm sure many of you have agreed, that the most powerful tool are stories.
Stories.
From the Odyssey to Finding Nemo, we're captivated by them. And again, at the risk of derailing myself, if you think about Anton's story from the beginning, it is going to be the story that you will remember if you're watching this from the beginning. If you're not watching this from the beginning, go to the beginning and watch it from the beginning. So let me contextualize for you what we're talking about. Because YouTube has such a vast content library, you need more than just broad demographic strokes when you're targeting. You want to connect at a really deep level. Whether it's like Red Bull that wants to associate with the extreme adventure of a space jump, or your friendly local SEO supporting an animal charity. The goal is strategic brand association through emotionally resonant contexts. Thank you once again to all the wonderful sponsors who are supporting SEOcharity today. This is what they're doing, that they're associating themselves. I mean, hopefully, and maybe this is not their primary motive, but you will remember them and you will think of them in the context of where you saw them. So this universal principle of making a brand part of a deeper, more meaningful story is precisely what we've always been after. But what it has only now become somewhat possible thanks to AI at scale on YouTube. Now, I'm going to skip some of the stuff I wanted to say before, so I'm not going to ask you too many questions. Bottom line is, what is Peak Points? It's us using Google's advanced AI, Gemini, to identify stories within video content. And this is not just an incremental improvement. It's a transformation. It allows us to deliver highly precise and effective advertising in a way that was never possible.
I'm sorry, Andrey. Do you have other slides? Because they are not visible. We have the same one.
I know, it's the same slide. I can talk about,
okay.
I don't have many slides, don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
Where was I? And
Gemini.
Yes, and the final point on this slide, and actually it applies to this very well. It's because Peak Points has multiple, so it's not just the targeting. I'll talk about some of its elements. Because it is composed of several modules or elements, we're actually able to look to the future and reuse some of those elements in some of our other solutions. But we'll get to this in a second. One thing I definitely want to mention, and here we go, Alessa. This is our next slide. I cannot dive into a discussion about AI without making a few things very clear. And I'll go over this fairly quickly, but I will go over this because this is super important. Now, we're pushing boundaries of AI in advertising. And across, in fact, Google is pushing the boundaries of AI in many areas. And our commitment to ethical AI is paramount, of huge importance. It's not just about what we can do, but also about what we should do and what we shouldn't do. And what's important to ensure responsible innovation and to maintain trust with our users, our partners, with you. Where Our approach is built on a human-in-the-loop model. We have continuous human review processes, and every big point that we find truly aligns with the intended theme. We have stringent precision controls, right? And brand suitability is also built in to the way we're looking, or to the way we're using AI to look for these big points. Finally, it's interesting to note that our research highlights that naturalness is several times more important than intrusiveness in determining a positive perception of an ad break. Don't know if that resonates with you, but this is what our users have been saying. So basically, nobody wants poorly timed ads. And I'm sorry to say, I'm sure all of us have experienced them now and again. Big Points aims to deliver ads that feel relevant and less disruptive by aligning with the flow of content, which not just improves advertising experience, it actually enhances the overall viewing experience. Now, with that out of the way, let's get to the heart of it. It bears repeating, because repetition is the mother of all knowledge, that Big Points is our next generation, is Google's next generation contextual advertising solution, which we revealed earlier this year and is now available to advertisers in select English-speaking markets. So we are now working with an early group of advertisers across US, UK, Canada, and Australia. It uses Gemini to identify big segments within videos. These segments are stories of victory, great feelings, positive accomplishments. Without going into too much detail of our entire taxonomy, this is contextual targeting 2.0. So it's a shift from keyword, topic, or channel targeting into a deep, nuanced understanding of the video content. We are starting by making this technology available to advertisers using YouTube Select. If you don't know what YouTube Select is, I'll make sure a link is made available to you somewhere. I will drop it into our private chat. Maybe our amazing hosts can get it out there for you all. This is just context so you don't get lost. But basically, this means that this doesn't go out on every single piece of video on YouTube. This is a specific selection of some of the best videos on YouTube. So it's a program for ads on high-performing videos. And by enhancing YouTube Select, we define a range of positive moments to optimize the placement of ads. We're able to use YouTube Select's established product and sales. That's how we achieve scale from the beginning. For you, this means that you can start with a familiar, as an advertiser at least, right? Or your clients. You can start with a familiar user interface and a well-understood buying journey, right? So we are kind of, I think this is a general principle. I like the way, I mean, if I say so myself, this was put in place before I joined the team, so I can talk about it without making it look like I'm talking myself up. I think it's a very sensible approach, right? That we're leaning on well-proven, established processes to introduce something new, because the revolutionary aspects are not in the processes, it's actually what we're delivering. But the most exciting thing for you, hopefully, is that our long-term vision is to turn Big Points into an offering that is more tailored to your ideas. Right? What does that mean? We would like to make it possible to not only target things that we have predefined for you, but for you as marketers and advertisers to actually tell us what it is that you're looking for, what stories you would like to tell, and within which stories you would like your story to be told. It's a tall order. It's a difficult challenge, but it's super interesting, super exciting to be working on this. And I see great promise and a great potential on this. So watch this space for more updates. To measure Big Points, you can use all the regular video campaign measurement tools that you have, but we're also introducing a new metric called brand association. that refers to the degree to which consumers connect your brand with particular attributes or concepts. Right? So remember, we talked about stories. A story is usually about something. It's about a hero's journey. It's about accomplishment. It's about caring. It's about protection. It's about helping and kindness. You can align your message with these themes. And this deep contextual relevance and alignment helps amplify your message, enhance memorability, and it leads, ideally, to increased ad effectiveness. And we've seen examples of this already, which are very promising. To measure brand association, we offer tools, some of you might be familiar with them already, brand lift surveys. And within those, you can ask either predefined or tailored, sort of bespoke questions that you come up with yourself to establish the connection between your brand and these specific concepts, these specific stories. So to me, this is truly precise and nuanced brand storytelling in a way that I haven't seen anybody do before. So what does it mean for you? It's really about delivering unmatched impact. First, it significantly enhances brand association and memorability because you're aligning your ads with the most resonant moments in content, in context. Your brand becomes linked with those positive concepts. That leads to higher recall, and it's a connection that is so powerful that some, including me, have called it the epitome of branding. This is like what branding is all about. This is what deeper contextual relevance is. We're moving beyond targeting channels and topics, and your message can really resonate with the precise context of a video segment. And this impact is measurable thanks to brand lift, and in the future, our brand shift metric, which is a vector-based. Vector-based means just it has a direction and the size measure, tracking changes in perceived brand association over time. That gives you unprecedented insight into campaign effectiveness. And finally, it's a premium offering, so it's positioned to drive higher revenue and strong return on investment, and also, insofar as you might be thinking of yourself as content creators, it's an offering that is meant to deliver greater value for creators as well and greater revenue. And building such a system comes with challenges, and quality and precision are top of mind. Our goal for all models is high, and it's rigorously validated by human review, right, which is supplemented by LLM-based mechanisms. So we're trying to ensure that the moments you target are exactly what you expect. And I mentioned before that our UX research indicates that naturalness is the most important factor in break timing. And so we are continuously experimenting with finding this optimal windows for an ad break. So it's not just about, when you think about ad load or just the presence of ads in YouTube, we want there to be enough of them to keep this ecosystem thriving, to keep creators happy and, well supported through YouTube's ads mechanisms. But at the same time, we want our viewers to feel the best they possibly can about the ad content they're seeing, when they see it, how much of it they see it, and so on, and when they see it, very importantly. With that, I think I'm pretty much done with my content. Maybe we'll have a little bit of time left for a few quick questions at the end. I think hopefully I've shown you how PickPoints is transforming advertising. We're moving towards a world where your brand can connect with audiences at precisely the right moment. And our journey of innovation doesn't stop here. We believe, my team believes that the true power of PickPoints is in its ability to adapt and expand to new valuable contexts defined by you, new stories that you would like to tell and you would like to see told. It's hopefully the beginning of a long-term vision where AI-powered video understanding enables targeting any specific context within a video. It's a tall challenge, but we're up to that challenge, and I'm super excited about giving it a go, because the possibilities for tailored brand storytelling and truly relevant ad experiences are limitless. Let me end with this question. In a world where you could target any video context, what would you like to target? So think beyond existing categories. Imagine aligning with specific subtle feelings, niche events, unique narrative arcs within videos. Your insights are super valuable. Please share that feedback wherever you are engaging with this content. We'll try to make sure that I see some, if not all of it. And I would like to ensure that PickPoints evolves to meet your most ambitious marketing goals. So I welcome you to build contextual targeting 2.0 together. And, reach out, find me. It's fairly easy to find me, and send me a DM. Or if you're working with a Google advertising team already, reach out to them, ask them to learn more about PickPoints. Let's build the future of advertising together.
Yay.
Thank you.
I couldn't help, but I need to show this picture.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's gorgeous.
These are Chloe and Zoe. I must admit, I always thought of myself as a dog person. My very first pet was a dog. Actually, my very, very first dog, he died unfortunately very young as well. I was very young back then as well. And then my second pet was a dog. But because somehow in our current life we're not able to have a dog, we thought, okay, well, let's at least have cats. That was our initial thinking. Now that we do have cats, I've never looked back. Cats are difficult, more difficult than dogs, but cats are worth it. So, cats or dogs? Stupid question. Cats and dogs. That's the right answer.
May I also ask a simple question? So you said a lot about targeting today and how we can choose via some facets that we usually couldn't even think about before. Can we now target AI agents?
Oh, how do you mean that?
We know that lots of content is more and more viewed and crawled by AI agents who are making or taking part of the decision-making process. And sometimes, for example, there was a case when they started to follow AI agents who were crawling websites about hotels. And those AI agents, they started to watch ads about the hotels and base their decision on those ads they watched, like part of it. So if we have ads in YouTube, and we know that Purrfectly relies a lot on YouTube right now, they prioritize it in their answers. Many people do, or not only people, but many systems do, like YouTube is hugely popular. Will we be able to make ads for the AI agents? I'm sorry, just
You're blowing my mind a little bit with all of this, but again, it's only to be expected. So I don't have a very yes or no answer to you. I can the way I could spin this maybe to a domain where I know a little bit more about and can speak about is that certainly, like, is this fine? And we had this deja vu all over again. We've been having these conversations for the past 15 years. Like, no content you produce should be built for the system. And this goes back all the way to, like, you shouldn't write text for Google. So it would be weird if we started producing videos for AI agents specifically, because it goes into a closed loop. And at the end of the day, first of all, it's pointless. And people like me, building the systems will realize that this is not valuable for humans. Thank you very much, Ma Christina. If this happened live, this is amazing. Thank you for the donation, if you're listening to this. So back to what I was saying. Basically, don't make content for bots, at least not yet. If bots are watching this, and this is like 2035, please forgive me. But however, being serious. But what you can do and what you should do, and we've been through these steps again. I'm not saying right now, just preambling this. This is not about structured content or any of this stuff, but we've been through these phases back. So if you have this kind of experience, or if you're new to this, read some old blogs. We've been through this, talking about knowledge graph and structured data, how you can understand better the mechanisms behind the systems interacting with your content and make their lives easier. Don't make it for them, but make it easier for them. Here, I'm thinking all the way from ensuring transcriptions are there to maybe structuring your content a little bit better. So I would say in this day and age, then maybe when you think of it, It would apply to humans as well, but it just wasn't so impactful, for example, on advertising. But rambling, what like I'm doing right now, rambling content that's all over the place with no clear breaks, no clear narrative, the story is unclear, it will be more difficult to understand for humans. It will also be more difficult to understand for AI. Therefore, aim to up your game so that both humans like and engage with you more, and ideally AI understands you better because of it.
Thank you so much, Andrey. We are out of time, and thank you for joining us today. Please wait, we have many more other speakers, and I'll show you also our wonderful sponsors. And please visit their websites, please donate, please do everything. And our next speaker is David Carrasco. David is already here with us. Hello, David. How are you?
Hello, I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great also. Thank you so much. I'll just very briefly say a few words about David. David is SEO consultant with a focus on growth, and he has over 10 years of experience in SEO. What I also admired was David's post on LinkedIn. I wish I could write some posts myself. So if you have some tips about how to be also like such a good writer of posts, please let me know. That was definitely not AI generated. It was so well written. I'm just a wonderful post, one of the best I've seen yesterday. So thank you so much, David. And the stage is yours.
So I'm sharing my screen. Yeah, let's go. So welcome everyone. Thank you, Olesia. Thank you, Anton. My name is David Carrasco. I'm an SEO consultant based in Barcelona. And my talk today is Pawsitive SEO, lessons from my dog and many mistakes on thriving as a consultant in the age of AI. It has a very fancy title, but honestly, it's just me telling you what I've learned, often the hard way, as an SEO consultant trying to survive in the age of AI. And yes, I blame my dog for some of it. This is Joy. She has no LinkedIn profile, no ChatGPT subscription, and still manages to teach me more about consulting than most business books and about life. So today I'm going to use some of her lessons and a bunch of my own mistakes to talk about what it means to thrive as a consultant right now. Before we start, a big thank you, and that might be the first lesson. Thank you to SEOcharity, because this is the real reason we are here, to Anton and Olesia for making all this happen, to the incredible professionals sharing their knowledge during this event, to the SEO community for being endlessly generous, like our sponsors, and most importantly, to you, because I know you are donating right now, right? Here's the link. If you haven't yet, please take a moment during the conference or right after this talk to contribute. Every cent goes to a good cause. So think of it as the best ROI you'll generate today. So let's go for my talk. This is not a 7 hacks for 2025 talk. There are plenty of people much smarter than me who will cover that brilliantly. Instead, I want to share my own messy journey, the wins, the mistakes, and the questions I keep asking myself. The goal isn't to give you a silver bullet, it's to reflect openly on how we adapt as consultants, especially in this crazy AI-driven landscape. Sorry. And honestly, I hope some of you disagree with me, because every time that happens, I learn something new. So we can chat. A warning. First, there are many ways to reach the same destination, as there are many ways to score a goal. And consulting works the same. There's no single formula. You adapt the approach to your strength, to the client, to the situations. And another twist, because it's not just different paths, there are also different destinations. This always reminds me of Alice and the Cheshire Cat. Alice asks which way to go, and the cat says, that depends a good deal on where you want to get to. So before we obsess over tactics or even strategy, we need clarity on the destination. This is where it gets personal. Success doesn't look the same for everyone. For some, it's money. For others, freedom. For others, recognition, influence, or simply the ability to work with clients they actually like. But if you are not clear on your definition of success, every road feels urgent, every project looks attractive. So define the destination, and then you can pick the road that suits you. For example, you can take just 2 seconds and ask yourself, if everything goes right next year, what does success look like for you? And that might be your destination. Another help here, maybe this exercise will help you because, well, I don't know if you have heard about it. It's the Wheel of Life. It's a classic coaching exercise. You choose the most important areas of your life, typically like 8 or 10, then rate your current satisfaction from 1 to 10 in each. You plot the points on a wheel, connect the dots, and then the shape shows you where you're balanced or where you're not. Categories are flexible. Common ones include relationships, career, finances, health, environment, spirituality. You should adapt them. You have here some ideas. The power of the tool is clarity and focus. Once you see the shape, you pick 1 or 2 spokes to improve over the next 90 days and define concrete actions. And why do I bring you this exercise? I think this ensures we are not building a business that looks great on LinkedIn but doesn't feel great to live. Yes, money matters. It pays the bills, buys freedom, but so do happiness, satisfaction, and purpose. Behind you is your purpose, why you do this in the first place. In front of you are objectives, what you're aiming for next. And here today is your daily experience, whether you feel fulfilled, balanced, or just stuck on a Slack at 11 p.m. For me, balance is the real challenge. I'm often too focused on the future, objective, goals, chasing the next milestone. And I forget to be present to enjoy today. That's where my dog, Joy, comes in. She doesn't care about yesterday's proposal or tomorrow's metric. She's 100% in the moment. That's a lesson I need every day. Remember to live while building. So with that framing, let me share my own path. I started in SEO, pre-Penguin and Panda. I was chasing the 4-hour work week dream with night sites, projects, a laptop by the beach. It wasn't 4 hours. Then came agency work and clients. By then, explaining what SEO is was a great part of the job. In 2016, I launched a PR and link building tool. And at the end of 2023, I became a freelance SEO consultant, living the free life, which is true, but let's be honest, it's also a different kind of cage sometimes. So that's my personal context. But of course, we don't operate in a vacuum. To really talk about thriving as consultants, we need to zoom out and ask, where are we as an industry, as a profession right now? Things change faster than we can print acronyms. So SEO today feels like AI is taking center stage. We have fragmentation of search. The platforms, distribution platforms are closing the gates. We don't know what SEO is anymore. We have problems getting data. And of course, we have to add some economic turbulence. In this chaos, consultants can't just be executors. We need to act as trusted advisors, appear to the client, not a vendor. That means listening, caring about the context, and helping leaders make decisions under uncertainty. And strategy horizons are shorter, so we have to formulate quickly, act immediately, and revise as conditions change. If there is no normal, for example, there is no template proposal either. To navigate this new non-normal, I use this framework. Findability, but not in the Google sense. It's about being discoverable to buyers who matter. If the execs can't find you, it doesn't matter how well Google can. Identity, a shared positioning. In consulting, being vague is the fastest way to vanish. And fidelity, creating loyalty and communities so clients don't research every time they need help. They just come back to you. And one bonus tip I learned recently is recycling, not just content, but ideas, case studies, even frameworks. Consultants don't need a new miracle every week. Consistency compounds. For example, I use this same 3 pillars framework applied to SEO for my talk in the Google Search Central conference in Bangkok. So yeah, a lesson I just learned. From here, I'll share the 10 short lessons I want to share with you. And each one comes from 2 sources. 1, something my dog does instinctively, or 2, a mistake I made as a consultant and the principle I learned. And remember, please, this is my path. You have your own. If you disagree with me, that's fantastic, because that's how we both can learn. Here's the first lesson my dog taught me. Sniff before you sprint. In consulting, my biggest early mistake was sprinting straight into delivery, jumping into 40 hours audits because the client said traffic is down. The problem was that I never stopped to ask if this works, what actually changes in the business. Before I even touch a spreadsheet, I need 3 things from the person who can sign. First, objectives. If this works, what will be true that isn't true today? Second, metrics. How will we know the numbers or the changes? And the value. Why is that worth doing now? Because when you anchor the project in objectives, metrics, and value, let's say OMV, you stop selling tasks and start selling outcomes. Lesson 2, the trap of time-based billing. I recently read an article about dog walks. The big question was, how long should a dog walk be? And the expert said it's not about the duration, it's about the quality. One good sniff, one new friend, and the walk is a success. So that kind of stuck with me because consulting can be more or less the same. Clients don't care really if something took me 3 hours or 30. They care about the value of the experience and the outcome, of course. And now, this is the theory. And it's what all the books will tell you. You have to sell the value, the outcome, not the task or the time. And that's true. But I still struggle with it. I still pivot. I still change how I design proposals because calculating value, at least for me, is really hard. Here's what I do right now. I try to avoid selling hours unless it's a very specific consultation. I create projects, phase them, and then distribute tasks. And internally, of course, I still calculate the hours each task might take me, but I never present it like that to the client because clients don't buy hours, they buy outcomes. And as I said, you will see a lot of formulas, templates, but pricing isn't just theory. There are so many variables. So I have a few questions like, am I doing a strategy, implementation, or both? How much client and project management will it? I have this small matrix I share here where I have to into account different information and variables like the optimization bias. Everything always looks faster in my head, or the current workload capacity I have, and the hardest, of course, if I can justify ROI or not. And this is this matrix. It's not scientific, so don't quote me on it, but it helps me estimate complexity. And after I calculate the task, the time, and the price, I check the amount with this matrix. This is my personal cheat sheet, but it helps me when I scope the project. Lesson 3, pick your human. Another mistake from me. More than once, I have spent weeks with super smart people who couldn't actually say yes. I was winning arguments with the wrong humans. And sometimes I was also trying to push strategies that never got implemented. So even when I had the right idea, it went nowhere. So there are actually 2 humans you need. First, the economic buyer who says yes to the proposal. And second, an internal ally who helps ensure your recommendation get implemented. Because let's face it, ideas are cheap, implementation is priceless. A strategy no one executes is just a nice PDF. Lesson 4, mark your territory. Another mistake. I tried to be everywhere, posting, speaking, tweeting, but I wasn't memorable anywhere. I think the fix here is mark your territory. Create distinctive IP, your own frameworks, your own stories. You have to publish consistently, not to generate leads, but to build a market gravity so the right clients come to you. Consulting isn't about shouting louder. It's about building influence, becoming the advisor people remember. I'm still working on that, and I will be for a long time. And one tip here, you must know your strengths and your weaknesses. I'm good at creating content or networking. I'm a tech person or a strategic one. And remember that we live in a fragmented search world. Buyers don't just Google you. They discover you across feeds or events, offline events, back channels, online events, of course, too. So make your ideas easy to find, impossible to forget, and connected to you. Here's my own simple plan. 1 signature idea, 1 flagship asset, repeatable distribution, and constant proof through case stories. And speaking about signature ideas, I have to say GEO is the same as SEO is already taken, and the opposite one too. So you have to pick another one. And here, please, I want to take a moment to talk about tags. Not this one, not this one. I want to talk about these ones, a specialist or generalist. Because when I first started as a consultant, I felt a lot of pressure to specialize. I told myself, I need to be the technical SEO guru for e-commerce or the lean building king for SaaS. It felt like the only way to stand out was to focus, to specialize, or to niche down. That's what everybody will tell you. But here's what my dog taught me. For example, when we go for a walk, she's not just a stick finder specialist. She's an exploration generalist. She likes to sniff around, to listen to birds, greeting other dogs, finding the best path home. She's enjoying the whole experience. And that clicked for me because as consultants, our clients don't actually need us to be task specialists. It's not about an expert in the task. It's about being an expert in the process. Our real value, I think, is process mastery, is connecting the dots, understanding the market, competition, consumer behavior, and guiding them through the messy landscape to real business outcomes. Of course, don't get me wrong, being or marketing yourself as a specialist makes really total sense. It's part of that identity we talk about. Some people thrive going deep, but it just doesn't work for me. I think this really depends on each person. It should suit you, your style and your way of working and functioning. I like sniffing around. So the point here is don't force yourself into one box. Choose the style that matches your way of working and then just own it. Next one, lesson 5. Sit, stay, then play. Another mistake. I over-customize and over-deliver. I was so busy doing that as I blame myself, I became the vendor, not the advisor. The shift was realizing that my value isn't the number of dashboard or task completed. It's in being a trusted advisor. The trusted advisor that has 3 key traits. First, a peer posture, not a subordinate. Sharing experiences, not just the deliverables, and caring for the emotional context, not only the data. My job isn't to feed the machine, it's to help the leader make better, faster decisions, especially when the data conflicts. For example, this helps me to keep that position. This is what I do once a month with the exec. I bring a one-page progress narrative, and it's not a dashboard. We have that, but here it's a story. We have the objective we are trying to change, what happened this month, what it means, and the decision or next experiment with an owner and a date. So that way, the conversation moves from data to meaning to action. And it keeps me in the role of the advisor, not just a reporting machine. And in between those monthly sessions, I keep momentum with a super short weekly email with just 3 points: what I did, what I need, and what I'll do next. It's simple, it respects everyone's time, and it makes sure projects don't drift. Again, this is just my way. Each of you can adapt the cadence to your style. The key is stay in the advisor role, not the task vendor role. Lesson 6, don't chase every car. Another mistake. I said yes to any inbound that had budget. The result? Burned out, wrong fit clients, projects that went nowhere. Sell me very cheap, too many proposals without closing. The key is a screening checklist. Fast, simple questions that tell me if I should commit or politely walk away. Here's the example of my screening checklist. These are the 5 questions I ask myself now. If I can't tick most of them, it's a polite no. Do I have direct access to the buyer? The OMV is clear and compelling. Do I have a distinctive advantage? Can we move a core metrics in 6-12 months? Are we fit with the team, with the buyer? Because every yes is a commitment of time, energy, and reputation, and those are finite resources. And here's the hard part: saying no costs more. It feels risky, but it's actually more important than saying yes, because as Greg McKeown reminds us in Essentialism, Every time you say yes to something, you say no to everything else. Trade-offs are real. Either we make them consciously or we let other make them for you. And relating to this, one of my biggest mistakes has been not stopping to ask, is what I'm doing really worth it? Take my newsletter, for example. It wasn't growing. It had no business impact, no indirect brand association, but I kept doing it out of inertia and honestly out of ego. It was easier to keep going than to stop and reflect. Eventually, I changed it for a video, which I enjoy, but even that has a price. It costs me time, energy, and focus, and maybe I have to stop again, because nothing is free. Every yes costs you something, and that's why building filters and saying no more often is so critical. My dog taught me this: the ultimate prize isn't chasing every stick; it's having the freedom to choose which one to chase. In consulting, that freedom comes from a value-based model, so you're not stuck selling hours, and building a strong brand, so you don't depend on random inbound. The true measure here of wealth, at least for me, isn't money, it's discretionary time. And that's the real goal. Not just more revenue, but more control over how you work, who you work with, and how you live. Lesson 7, self-care. And when I talk about self-care, I don't just mean exercise or sleep. I mean treat yourself as if you were your first consulting client. That means building your brand with intention, and your brand isn't just logos or colors, it's your values too. Do you want to be known for cutting corners or for taking a stand? For me, for example, it's about being at ease with how I work, aligning my business with what I believe in, so I can actually sleep at night. But it's not only the consulting part, it's everything that lives around your professional you. If there is something I do that doesn't resonate with my core values, it just breaks me. For example, for me, it includes creating honest content that feels authentic, calling out bad practices when I see them without being an asshole, building community. So self-care in consulting is like working in a way that feels right for you, promoting yourself as you'd promote a client. And this is personal, but it's also strategic, because the consultant who's burned out or out of sync with their own values can be really a trusted advisor for anyone else. And here's the other side of self-care: visibility. If you build your brand late, like I did, you pay a penalty. I only got active on social media and communities recently, and by then the space was already saturated. So please don't wait, start today. And know your strengths and weaknesses. Some of us are stronger at content, writing, teaching. Others are stronger at networking, conversations, event, relationships, and you can work both. Content gives you reach, networking gives you depth. For me, balancing those two and aligning them with my values is how I make sure I'm not just building a business, but a business I can be proud of. Lesson 8, don't just follow. One mistake I made in consulting is acting as a pure order taker, doing exactly what the client asks without challenging, without bringing my perspective. But here's what I learned from my dog. She used to be terrified of stairs. She wouldn't go up or down. What changed wasn't pulling her or forcing her. It was trust. I stayed by her side, supported her, and little by little she learned to climb. That's the role of a consultant, not to blindly follow instructions, but to walk alongside the client, to be there when they face fear or uncertainty, and guide them toward progress. And I think that's the definition of this trusted advisor. We are not subordinates, we are peers. Our job isn't just to execute tasks, it's to help clients overcome challenges they couldn't face alone. Lesson 9, extend the opportunity. A dog doesn't make new friends by standing still. They sniff, they engage, they build connection. In consulting, especially in this new AI era, our long-term value isn't just technical skills. AI can already write code, generate audits, draft content. Our edge, apart from our expertise, is our brand, the relationship we build, and the trust. Consulting is a relationship business. You win influence not through algorithms, but through credibility, consistency, and connection. A question must be, how do I get better at SEO tasks? but we cannot forget how do I build relationship that endure beyond any tool or trend. And 10, the last one, the unconditional walk. My dog doesn't walk her tail because of one single treat. She walks because of years of consistent care and trust. That's the level of loyalty we should aim for with clients. Not dependency on tasks or contracts, but genuine loyalty built on consistency and exceeding expectations. Because in the end, the ultimate success as consultant isn't just closing the next deal, it's becoming an indispensable, unforgettable partner. The person they call first, not the person they compare quotes for. And here's the full list: 10 lessons from my dog and 10 moves for consulting. Agree on objectives, metrics, and value. Don't sell hours, sell outcomes. Talk to the economic buyer. Mark your territory. Act like a trusted advisor. Use filters and choose wisely. Be your first client. Guide with trust. Extend opportunity. And the ultimate goal is loyalty and advocacy. And that's the journey. That's my journey. Everything I know about consulting, I learned from someone who still chases sticks. But the best lesson Joy teaches me every single day is her loyalty, her gratitude, and her unconditional love. That's what I try to carry into work and into life. I hope you take that with you too, because I think it's something we can all apply with our clients, our peers, and our community. And finally, please support SEO for Paws, donate, give back, and let's make a difference together. Thank you.
It must be very, very wise dog, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like
cheers.
10 lessons for a guy who's very, very clever. We do a lot of stuff with David. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe Alicia has some, or anyone has some questions about stuff. So, but I was very interested. Yeah, I'm not an SEO myself. I was very interested to learn couple of things. Maybe not all 10. But,
I think maybe it can be applied to any consultant. It doesn't have to be a SEO consultant. So any professional out there, any freelance can relate to that, or some of them.
So yeah, I do have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. I learned a lot. I used to do some of consulting myself, and what you said, I wish I knew that earlier in my journey.
Me
So,
too.
but I hope it helps to people who are just starting out, and yeah, some of us are in the middle of it, but it's still very helpful. Thank you a lot. When a client insists on hourly billing, what's a polite way to reframe the conversation around outcomes?
That's a good one and difficult. Well, first of all, I try to understand how they want to work in the first call, so I can find a way. I can propose a way we can collaborate, so they can choose the scope, and then, as I said, maybe I reframe all like the time by with the project. I calculate, I project a project actually, and then I face it like, okay, I have a project, I make a proposal for work like for 6 or 12 months, for example, and I try to write all the things I would do, like all the strategy all the strategy part. Then I can change at least the client see like a map, like the strategy I will take, so they see it for every month and every trimester, every 3 months. So I try to change that way, with this map, with a strategy from hours to the outcome they can expect.
It's kind of a pity that you don't have a book on that. I think that you'd be very successful if you had one, like something a bit, because I definitely have it, in a written form somewhere, like a checklist, and just to reference for from time to time. But you've mentioned earlier in your presentation that sometimes it's very important to say no to a client, but like it can be sometimes tricky, but you need to. How do you, well, like, aside from what you've already mentioned, maybe there are top two reasons when it's definite no, like when it's easier, like for you, like don't do that at all, otherwise you'll have problems with this client. Maybe you have something.
Well, I guess when you get some experience, you will will know how to identify these red flags, things they say, how they say, or what they ask. Everything is like for yesterday, so you have to be very careful. Or when they come and they start uh, telling bad things about the previous professional or agency they have worked, I have learned this is a very bad sign, because if they start complaining about that at the first, there is something wrong about them. But for example, a few red flags: values mismatch. If I feel like the work, the project, the way of working will keep me awake at night, I'd rather say no. No clear objective metrics and value. It's like they don't know what they want, so they come, they just check in the catalog, like, okay, I'm going to Zalando or YouTube, or I talk to SEO professionals around. So they don't know what they want. So that's a really red flag. And if I cannot access directly to the economic buyer, if I cannot talk to the person who can actually say yes and fund the change, it's really a gamble. I actually nowadays work with other agencies or professional as intermediaries, but I think it's not ideal. There is always too much noise, and there are always problems. So I'm working on reducing that. I think it's a good way to start working when you are a freelance, and so it's a good way to get clients. But I think it's not ideal, so I'm trying to leave all that.
Okay, and thank you for that. We have run out of time. Next, our speaker Olga is already here, so we'll see her after a small ad. Thank you very much, David, for joining us today. I'm still waiting
Thank you
for
so much. Thank you.
Please donate.
And without further ado, oh, where's Olga? Okay, here she
I'm
is.
here.
Hello,
Hi, hello.
hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. How are you?
I'm good too, and I'm very happy to be here. It's been a long time since I think I saw you or heard you and all of that. So very excited to be here. And
I'm
thanks for the
more
invitation.
I'm
Okay.
even more excited. I think sorry, Anton, just a few quick words about Olga. I was introduced to Olga by Matt Singer's, I think 10 years ago or so, when he said that you should definitely get acquainted with Olga. You are very similar nerds. And since that time, for 10 years, I was thinking like we should get acquainted, and I should have Olga on one of my webinars somewhere. And it's only now, after 10 years, that I really see you here. So you can imagine how happy I am. And I'm waiting a lot from this session. I think it will be fine. Yes, Anton, I'm passing the word to you.
Yeah, and thanks for SEOcharity for doing this. So we connecting people. I also want to say thank you, Olga. And Olga is a speaker today, but she was a sponsor on one of the previous edition of this conference. So it's all yours.
Okay. Just one thing before I get started regarding the ad that just ran. I liked it, but there was one thing missing. I'm not sure if you know what I'm referring to. There was no pigeon there. So that's
yeah, we
next
know
time.
you're not dog or cat person. You're pigeon.
I am dog and cat, but I'm also a pigeon person. So
Yeah.
like,
We'll put pigeon next time.
okay.
But those video was a sponsors video, and the
Yeah.
particular sponsors cats and dogs. So nothing.
Yeah, I know. Just kidding. Okay, so I will share my screen. I guess 1 second.
Yeah. In the meantime, I'll just say that Olga has more than 13 years experience in SEO, and if you are not still subscribed to her email newsletter, you should definitely do so. Olga, maybe you want to share another kind of view in the meantime.
I will. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
And
Okay. I think now it's.
and also Olga has an SEO agency, SEOsly, I think it's called SEOsly, and also Olga knows a lot about SEO audits and even has a course, a very extensive, I mean, and expensive, yes, both of those. Like, but it's worth it. You'll earn lots of money if you manage to pass it. And so I definitely do recommend you to subscribe to all the emails and get into the course and talk to Olga more. It will improve your life as an SEO tremendously. Yes,
Thank you so much. That was an intro. I think I cannot introduce myself better. So yeah, Olga Zarr.
Olga, can you play? So otherwise we see the oldest on the left,
yes.
all the slides. Yeah.
Done. Okay, it's working. Yeah. So I've been in SEO like since 2012, and like my main area of specialization is, as you can see, SEO audits. Especially like this in-depth approach to SEO audits. And today I want to basically share with you my entire process and the main things I learned doing around, I think now at this point, 250 in-depth SEO audits. And yeah, the introduction was already there, so I think you know everything about me. SEOsly. I am an independent SEO consultant. This is a very small boutique SEO agency, and I wanted to introduce my two employees. So they are the most important ones. So Gerard, my pigeon, is my SEO assistant, and there is also like Amok, my dog, who is an SEO security specialist. So that's my team. Okay, why an SEO audit? Why an in-depth SEO audit? Why this topic, this approach, and what it is? Because like there are thousands of different ways you can define an audit or the type of audit. This is a very, very deep dive into a website. You usually spend 30, 100 is not uncommon hours auditing just one website. And the purpose of this approach is to look at the website from multiple perspectives using like a lot of different tools. And I like to use, it should actually say apply a systems theory to SEO. This is like this holistic approach where you view the website as an entire system. And with that approach, doing an SEO audit, an in-depth SEO audit, really can help you move the SEO needle. And why you want to approach that approach audits in this way is because you will get an unmatched level of understanding. Usually, you will get the entire picture. And doing this audit, no matter how much experience you have, will always teach you something about SEO, how SEO works, how search engines work, and you will be like getting a lot of experience from each such audit. And very often the result is that you will find things other people missed, didn't notice, or like horrible things that were happening, and teams of people didn't see them. So this is basically my core methodology, and let me walk you through it step by step. So, like the first step in this entire process is, of course, whenever you want to audit a website, you need to have like the purpose defined. It's not just to audit the website, but what exactly do you want to achieve? Like learn why the website lost traffic, like whether there are like some health issues to be investigated, what exactly you want the outcome of the audit to be. This will tremendously help you during the process. The next thing is a very important step, getting the context of the website right. Probably a couple of hours, depending on the size of the website. It can even be like, I don't know, 2 days. You want to interrogate the client, ask him the questions. Then with the questions, you need to know what types of changes were done on the website. If the client is unwilling to tell you, you can use a Wayback Machine. Of course, like domain history, hosting, migration history. This is a very common one. I am working with site colon, of course, analytics software. You really want to understand like what is like the environment in which the website is set, because again, this will guide you during your work. Another like step number 3, very important one, manual review. So you start to act like a normal user of the website. You are not an SEO, maybe just a little bit, and you are trying to simply use the website using the desktop computer, using your mobile phone, interact with it. If it is like an e-commerce website, like add some things to cart and so on. See if you can see something that is off. Very often at this stage, I am already able to uncover some things. You should never like do an audit without actually like doing this at least a little bit, because like I remember like years like 10, 15, I don't know, many years ago, when I was actually like starting at SEO agencies, we were doing audits very often. Like we had like a small checklist, crawl, screaming frog, crawl, and we never really even looked at the website. And when I think about it right now, like how on earth it was possible, so never do that. This is an example of a Polish government website. I was just playing with a cup of coffee. I simply entered site colon operator into Google, then gov.pl, and I found like a total social security test, social security, this type of page, and it disappeared very, very quickly as soon as I posted about it. Another thing, SEO clients very often expect fast results. And while with new websites, it is not possible to deliver fast results, with an existing website that has some leverage, has some traffic, is like a big one, has some history, sometimes it is possible to get those quick wins and to get those quick results to make the client like more happy, more excited. So that should also be like one of the first steps. If there is like a quick fix, very often technical problems, technical issues are those types of quick wins you can apply and generate a ton of traffic for a website, because like there was a no index tag or other things like that. Actually, I had like a lot of such cases. But I will talk about them in just a second. So quick wins, fixes. Google Search Console, probably the first tool you want to review when doing an SEO audit, because like Google Search Console will tell you basically how the website looks from the perspective of Google. And there are those different layers, like starting from technical SEO up to like Schema, which is like this edit kind of element. And basically, if there are some super critical issues, this is also like the first place to see, because Google is reporting on those things. And URL inspection tool, if you want to be sure if Google sees a specific piece of content, a specific page, the best way to do that, to check that, is to do URL inspection. Compare what you see in the rendered code here with what you can see with source code, and if there are differences, how big, and you will know more or less what's going on with the website from Google's eyes. And this is an extreme example. I had like not a long time ago, a huge e-commerce website came to me. They like their entire part of their website de-indexed. They are losing lots of traffic, claiming they have a Google penalty. I did just that, and I noticed that there is a no index tag added after JavaScript rendering. In the source code, everything is fine. So they said, we have no index tag, but in the render, there was a no index tag. And it was a very quick fix. Actually, like within 24 hours, the site started to recover. So this type of quick result in SEO. Of course, performance report, very important section of Google Search Console. There are some things you want to especially take a look at, like, for example, dropping average position, which like sometimes is a good sign if the website is like growing overall. Recently, you can see a lot of charts which show impressions up, clicks down, and very often this trend starts around, I think, end of March, and this is coming from AI overviews, which became very popular around that time. So it should give you, for example, a clue that you have to see how much traffic you are losing to AI overviews, if it is AI overviews, and how to formulate that strategy towards that thing. Here is an interesting one, which also, like, very often only at this stage, up to 0.5, landing in Google Search Console, you can already have like a ton of useful data for the client, and you can basically like totally change their business by just fixing those without even doing the fancy stuff. Crawled currently not indexed. This is the report in the indexing report in Google Search Console, and there is discovered currently not indexed. Very important to reports. Crawled currently not indexed. If you see a lot of pages there, you can suspect there is some quality issue with your website, or if there is like a huge spike and you see like 5 million pages there and they're going up and up. Your site may have been hacked, especially if this is a WordPress site. I've seen thousands of such examples. So be careful. You should always like check that and discovered currently not indexed. This one, if there is like a ton of stuff there, there are problems with crawl budgets. So again, two very important elements of SEO to be aware of and to know if there is some problem there. Crawl stats, again, you can see like the sample of Google crawling, and you can decide whether there is a need for log file analysis. Of course, it's always better to do like proper log file analysis, but sometimes it's not possible. And this is all you have in Google Search Console. So this should also be part of your SEO audit. Even though this is like an SEO audit, this is not log file analysis, which in theory is, in practice as well, is something different. But looking at that can also like uncover things that may be holding the website back. Of course, Google Search Console, the best tool on earth, my favorite SEO tool, but it still has a lot of limitations. What you see in the tool is sample data. You can use BigQuery to get to be able to store all the data and to like use it in a specific way depending on your needs. But there are also like tools like JetOctopus, SEO Crawl, which allow you to store all the data and make more sense of GSC data through different dashboards, and you do not have to like set up BigQuery using your own custom dashboards and all of that. It can be like less technical. Google Analytics. Again, even though I'm like fan of Google Search Console, Google Analytics also have this tool also has a place. It's always a good idea to look at like the percentage of organic traffic, like how much is it, like 90%, 5%, 10%? Other search engines, is it like just Google? Now you can see because like we have now more and more traffic from AI tools. Now you can also like see like what AI chatbots are bringing you traffic and other like user experience, user behavior metrics. And here is also an important. My favorite use, I think, of Google Analytics is compare traffic from Google and Bing. If you are auditing the website in terms of like traffic drop analysis, and you suspect a Google update, you want to see if the traffic from Google and Bing correlates. If it correlates, then probably this is a technical issue, not necessarily Google. If it doesn't, then you may you may want to like investigate Google more deeply. And Merchant Center, Google Merchant Center, this one is also an important. You can see some elements of that in Google Search Console. I also like had a case where I was doing an audit, traffic loss audit. Everything looked great except that there was a traffic loss, and like some filtering in Google Search Console, and I knew that, and I learned that the website basically got banned from Google Merchant Center from this shopping feed because it wasn't like meeting some criteria. But at the first sight, it was like hard to really say what caused this. Here, best practice, next step, once you gathered all that data, you need to crawl. You should probably crawl the website. Depending on the size of the website, it's not always possible to crawl the website, especially with a desktop crawler. But if possible, I usually like to do that, of course, with JavaScript rendering and with multiple crawlers, as long as I'm not like overloading the website. My two favorites, Screaming Frog, Sidebulb, Jet Octopus is a good one for big websites where it is not possible to do it with a desktop one. And a few tips. For example, I like Sidebulb because it has a ton of like documentation. You can learn a ton about specific issues there. Like every issue, every hint has like an article like that. Of course, you usually want to almost always render GS and compare differences. And remember that what the crawler is telling you, even if the crawler is like using Googlebot user agent, is not Google. So the inspection tool is like your tool to go, but this can also like show you at least some, if there are some challenges with JS on a bigger scale, because you can do it like for all the pages, the main pages, up to you. And an important thing, you don't want to like crawl with five different tools all at once too aggressively, because you don't want to like kill the website. And those tools like to give a lot of like hints, a lot of like issues, show you those issues. They are good. They are a good guidance, but you always need to like use your SEO human brain when viewing them. Never trust what the tool is telling you, because the tool hasn't performed all the steps you have just performed until that step. So the tool doesn't know that, and it is just like doing its best, but not necessarily what's best for SEO. A practical thing: always look at the the scale of the problem, because there may be a critical, high priority issue that requires like immediate action, but it is like on one unimportant page. Here's a bunch of Chrome extensions I like to use for SEO, which also help you, especially with that manual review phase. Here I have JavaScript rendering indexation. So one thing, a good practice is to, if you want to quickly check if a specific piece of content is indexable, is indexed, you can just use cite colon and add the piece of content in brackets, or just in brackets. Sometimes it's enough, and check reliance on JS. But checking reliance is one thing, but checking what Google sees is another. It's good to have a checklist, but of course you don't want to rely on it too much. You want to use your own human brain and always like look at the context. Super, super important thing. Here is like here's a quote from Patrick from Ahrefs, which is like checklist. I love checklists. I produced like hundreds myself. They're great, but they won't be the best thing to do for every type of website. If you get to audit a 3 million page e-commerce store that has a specific issue, you probably won't be able to go through everything, check every title tag, everything, but you will just focus on those 3-5 areas that actually will move the SEO needle. So checklists are great, but you have to know how to prioritize. And an important part of the audit is how you deliver it, because no matter what you do, what you create, it doesn't matter if you know exactly what to do, if your audit doesn't get implemented. So you want to do it in a way that increases the chances of implementation, which is like create a Google doc with explanation, a video, and you can also have a spreadsheet, extra spreadsheets with specific examples. You want to be as specific as possible so that different types of clients, different parts of the team who will be reading the audit will actually be able to understand what needs to be done. So I like to have this Google Doc that has like everything, explanations, screenshots, all of that. There is also a video audit where I explain in my own words, which usually is like the most effective. And the spreadsheet I mentioned, and the rate of implementation, if you deliver it this way, will really skyrocket. Okay, I see I'm running out of time, so I will be quick. Now you always need to account for EAT, helpful content, update helpful content, this helpful content thing from Google. This always every website is basically a YMYL website, so your audit should also check that. And money and time aspects. So you need to know how to price the audit, because very often this type of audit will lay grounds for the strategy for the entire year or half a year. So you need to also take that into account and remember that the value may really be way beyond that work you do initially. This isn't just a like automatic checklist. Now you can improve your audit with LLMs. I very often use LLMs to help me formulate my recommendations better. I can write them in a sloppy way, and then have LLMs make it sound better. A few tools. Use Microsoft Clarity. It can also like it shows you basically the recordings of users on the website, and it can also like help you find many ways that you may not be many things you may not be able to find through like different normal audit tools, behaviors from users when they are like confused, unable to make a purchase, and so on and so on. So this is more CRO than SEO, but sometimes you need to be able to at least like say a few words about that. And Bing Webmaster Tools, a very underrated tool for SEO that has a lot of technical tools. And Bing is also like powering ChatGPT, so you probably don't want to ignore Bing and ignore Bing in your audit like totally. And I invite you to subscribe to my newsletter. Now I am like giving away 5-6 templates for free, so you just sign up, and I will automatically send you all my templates, including like the newest one with AI SEO optimization. And that's all. If you want to if you want to download those slides, you can do it using this link. And that's all. Thank you so much. Yeah, I managed to do it in time.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. It was great. I have so many questions, and it's such a pity I cannot ask them all. We need to make another webinar with you, please, if you don't
Okay,
mind.
yeah, I'm all in. So thanks, and thanks for this cause for doing that. This is really amazing.
Thank you. And we are next to the next speaker. Thank you, Olga. Please stay with us. Watch us. I want you also to look in the eyes of these wonderful logotypes. Look how beautiful they are. Look how good they are. And these wonderful people sponsored this conference, and we have now the opportunity to be here. And now we have James with us. And James is not the first time here. He's such a profound and good speaker that we wanted to have him again, all on his own without Gareth.
Yeah.
I'm just joking. We're always happy to have Gareth as well. And just
before James go on, I just very quickly, sponsors' money are extremely important for us. Sponsors basically bring in us half of the money we managed to raise, half of the money raised for small donations, and half of the money from sponsors. Yeah, if you look at the whole year, so it's extremely important. Half of the money comes from sponsors, and James. Actually, James company is one of the sponsors, one of the big sponsors. It's not because of the James is here, but James, thank you very much for being here with us.
Happy to be here.
And for being a sponsor.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me.
You can start sharing your screen. I'll just very briefly introduce James once again. James has over 25 years of experience in SEO and digital marketing. That's huge amount of time. And he's still happy about doing it. I think so. And James leads strategy and innovation across Citation Labs products and services. And also he helps companies to build visibility, authority, and measurable ROI, which is also very important in this age of AI where we don't understand where the money is going and what to do with that. I'm hoping to hear James today about from link gaps to prompt wins, a perfectly practitioner framework for AI search with visibility. So if you're looking to build AI search visibility, listen carefully. You are in for lots of interesting stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hello.
All right. Hi. Yes. Hello to all of us, the three of us. Yes. Hello. Awesome. I'm very excited to be here. I'm frustrated at the same time on a number of levels, and I want to share a little bit of that frustration here at the start, and then I'll jump into all these. I'll just leave this up for a minute. I'll jump into all this, but I do want to share a framework. It's the framework that Garrett has been working off of and developing for essentially decades, starting with some early concepts of a purchase decision committee that's involved behind the scenes, behind the keyboard and the screen of every person that's out there searching for a product or a service. We're trying to attract that, that ICP, that ideal customer profile, but really there's an entire committee around that person, whether it's someone looking for a dog leash, someone looking to donate funds to support animal rescue shelters for animals that have been misplaced with this horrible conflict that's been raging for far too long and never should have started in the first place in Ukraine, and any other type of purchase, including complex business to business purchase decisions, subscriptions, et cetera, et cetera. There's always someone behind the scenes, and to enable that ideal customer profile that will be the one visiting the page of a site. And I'll just pull up this Rolda site here, which this site has some visibility around donating funds to help animals in Ukraine, but it's not a Ukrainian business, organization itself, I couldn't find one that would allow me to run some of the tools that require certain permissions. So I found this one that does have some visibility and seems to have some credibility and trust as well. Although I'm not totally sure about that, and I'll dig into why as part of what I unpack today around this framework. But I want to talk about the frustration for a second, or for a minute, because I'm still in San Diego. Garrett and Lee Elliot, who will be speaking later today, and I and several other members of the team, including the ZipSprout team, which focuses on hyperlocal sponsorships to community and nonprofit organizations in the US and Canada. And hopefully getting to Europe soon and beyond. We just are finishing up with Brighton SEO San Diego. And it was a great show with lots of great connections, but also some frustrations. And I'd like to just share a couple of those frustrations now, because it's relevant to the discussion around this framework to gain more visibility in AI tools. And the frustration is, wow, the talks were all over the place. Some of them were great. Some of them felt pretty basic, and there's an audience for that for sure. Some of them felt like a little bit concerning around what are the main takeaways going to be from this talk, because many of them focused on AI generated content. And I just want to exercise a word of caution here and illustrate how this can be done well, and maybe how we want to think twice about before we employ an AI tool to help us generate content. Because one of the most, on the level of frustration, one of the most frustrating things about link building, since Citation Labs is a link building agency, is a lack of citable content. Citable elements on a page that would justify a publisher, any publisher out there, we think about a publisher as any website that might link to a client site or our site, etc. And it's frustrating to not see relevant content, just relevant content, let alone something that is unique, first-party data, something that would actually warrant being shared, for example, in an AI tool. And since we're talking about AI visibility and a framework around it, this is really important, because if we're not providing extra value, why would that AI tool that's going to do that query fan out and go pull all of those variations of queries that it thinks that's trying to predict might be relevant to its response that it's going to build for my prompt, if I don't have anything germane, useful, relevant, unique, and helpful to that in that prompt response, there's no reason for them to include my page, my site, my snippet or chunk, or as we call them, echo blocks. Internally, we call them echo blocks, something that Garrett has coined. If we're not providing those, there's no reason for them to include us in the prompt response. Ergo, there's no reason for us to get visibility from that AI tool in the prompts that we want, the prompt responses that we want to show up in. So using this Roll to Site, which is a Romanian organization that has quite a bit of content dedicated to rescuing animals in Ukraine, it doesn't have that much visibility. And so I want to use this as my example. And I'll just walk you through this framework. I'm going to show you a few different tools. Let me see if this one finished running. This one didn't finish running yet. This was a bunch of these that I ran from visits to our booth at the conference. It's free tool, or there's a free version tier of this. Go to zofu.com, xofu.com, and you can set up your own project, run it. Hopefully by the end of this, it will finish running. I was a little late on kicking that off, but I kicked this one off earlier. This is another free tool, linklaunch.com. This is all part of the framework, and so go use these tools. And I ran this on several pages of this site that's dedicated to animal rescue, and has quite a bit of content focused on the conflict in Ukraine. And so I wanted to see how they stood up from a backlink perspective, because one of the first things that I want to know when I'm sitting down in a sales presentation environment is, does these pages even need more links in the first place? because so often content is such a challenge. And hey, if they don't need backlinks, great. We're not going to try to force them into an engagement if they don't need them in the first place. But generally speaking, probably 7 times out of 10, they do. And that certainly was the case here. A lot of these pages don't have any backlinks that were discovered in the first place. And I'm using SEMrush, Data for SEO, and Moz in my as my data partners here. And so I'm looking, we've tried to make this easy. Red is not great for this particular page. Green is showing that this page is best in class essentially for this particular metric. So domain gap, the number of referring domains this page has compared to the number of referring domains the top 10 competitors have for each of the keywords in the analysis, and that you can drill down to another level and see those. I'm just going to stay here because I don't want to spend a lot of time on this particular screen, but I grabbed a bunch of pages. I wanted to see how they stood up, and pretty much all of the pages, except for the ones I didn't find, and one here has the home page. Great, that's great. That may not be where an AI tool is gonna go grab information from, though. So, and home pages are often short on content, so that doesn't really bode well necessarily for this organization. We want this organization to gain visibility. And so a bunch of other metrics here. I'm not going to try to sell you on this tool. It's free. Just go sign up for the beta, or you can use the sneak peek and just run one URL, no questions asked, no registration. Check it out and then scroll to the bottom and sign up for the free beta if you want to get a bunch of credits. Run your own stuff. The takeaway here is not a lot of best in class scenarios here, with the exception of actually, let me see. And that's mostly because, let me see, find one. Okay, so here's one. With the exception of, of the links that they do have for some of these pages, they actually have a pretty good link to referring domain ratio here. And that's just a sort of a qualitative adjacent metric that I like to use at a glance to get a sense for what's the quality of these backlinks, which, without going through and filtering out anything spammy and looking at things like that, which is a huge amount of time. I have a few qualitative adjacent metrics that I like to look at. This is one of them, links per referring domain. This it compares the title of the pages to the anchor text that was used when we discovered the link, kind of thing. It looks like they're kind of healthier there. That's a positive thing as well. So qualitatively, of the links they do have, they look like they're probably better quality. But they are not competitive with their backlink profiles. How could we help that? Well, that comes back to what I mentioned before about citable elements on the page. It's not a bad page. The one I analyzed was this rescue team subdomain page. Donate now to save Ukrainian animals from war. That seems like pretty relevant and germane to what I'm looking for here. It's a relatively thin page. There's not that much content on it. It's got some good call outs. It's nice to give shout outs on there. Nothing wrong with that. If people want to see their names, showing up there, it does prioritize donations. Okay, that's good. It's got it on a couple of pages a little bit, but one of the concerns that I found out as I go through this framework, I'll just share in just a second here. One of the concerns I found out is through this process is how do I know? And this was new to me. I didn't have these concerns, but I'll show you the framework and how I discovered them. How do I know this is a trustworthy website to donate to? How do I know what my donations are going to go to? Based on these micro amounts here. Is it even going to matter? Is this even going to make a dent, kind of thing? So okay. Those were some of the things that were discovered through this framework that's all available for free. Garrett just gave a 20-minute presentation on it yesterday at Brighton SEO. That'll be available. The deck is already available. You can download that and go through everything. And this is a good thing this is a good QR code to grab, because this is the framework that I'm about to show you, which is a guide to discovering the solutions for what we call friction-inducing latent unasked questions. We used to call them fuchs, or if you pronounce the U as an and you get fucks. We got in a little bit of hot water with using that. Some people didn't like it, so we went back to the drawing board, and Garrett came with something which is much more detail focused and relevant to what we're really doing, which is trying to identify where friction is involved in a purchase transaction or a conversion of some kind, and how we can remove those friction points in order to facilitate that conversion. And so some of the friction points that I discovered in this framework, which is all available via a guide, which is right here below where you can get the presentation, all available in this guide here, where it just walks you through step by step using prompts. It's not one prompt you load in and you get a written page, page of copy to add to your site. That's not what we're doing here, and that's my concern about the Brighton conference. So many of the talks hinted at maybe things being that easy. And so I did it. I did this process. I ran this process for this particular page on this site. It took me about an hour. Let me see how far I got. It's getting pretty close. Okay, so it's getting pretty close to being done. So I'm going to talk you through the framework, and then I'm going to show you what I did in this framework to run the framework for this particular page. So here's the framework. You just go to this QR code right here. I'll give it here for 5 seconds. And just follow the steps. You got to personalize the prompts a little bit. It's written from the perspective of an agency doing this for a client, which is pretty relevant, because that agency is, if there's a content component to their engagement, they're not going to understand the offering as well as an in-house SEO would, necessarily. So there's probably a steeper learning curve from that perspective. And so the guide, which is right here, it's not that difficult of a URL. The guide is from the perspective of an agency. So you got to tweak it a little bit if you're an in-house. You got to tweak it a little bit if you're a contractor. We could probably anonymize it a little bit more, might work on that, but it's just small tweaks to these prompts. So you just follow the steps. It's really easy. It takes about an hour for a page. And this was the second time kind of I've gone through it. So it's not like I've done 100 of these and have it down super fast. It's really not that long of a process, but it is not about taking a single prompt and dropping it into your AI tool of choice and generating a page of content. Okay, let me just talk you through the process. You save your page, the HTML from your page, just from your browser menu bar. You then upload it into this custom GPT parse practitioner aligned something. I don't remember what it's called. It doesn't matter. It's right here. You just go to the URL, you click parse GPT. It's going to open in a new tab, and now you have this custom GPT to work from. That's what I did, and then I started with the prompts that are right here on the page. So all you have to do is follow along, tweak the things that you want to tweak. It just goes 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they're like, okay, so there are 3 prompts in this first step. Great, you do the first, first you download the thing, you upload it, then you start going one at a time, and the order matters, and dumping it all in is not a solution. So you just follow the steps. This is the framework. All you have to do is follow along. Here's step 2. Just go through, add the prompts, follow the instructions. Occasionally there are steps in between the prompts. Okay, this is where the magic happens. I didn't have any of this for this site. All I did was ask ChatGPT in this custom GPT to just go find reviews, discussion forum posts, and pull those back in terms of what is being expressed in those that user-generated content in terms of challenges for this particular scenario. In this case, donating to an organization that's helping with save animals in Ukraine. And so all I did was ask the GPT to find that for me. It's in here, and if anybody wants this, I can share the whole thing, and hopefully the organization itself will want to see this and take some of these ideas. Also, there are a number of examples in Garrett's presentation as well, so you can just follow along one at a time, and you'll find some of the example outputs. This goes through all of the whys, down all of the rabbit holes. It gives examples about what the outputs might look like. It's all in here. So these frameworks are nice. This is nice, organized, structured content that could be super relevant for an AI tool to pull into a prompt response. There's a vein of gold in here. If you're struggling at all with content or earning backlinks to your pages, this is a vein of gold in here. Highly recommend just following the prompt, following the steps here. And I didn't even go deep. I don't have any of these things. These would all take it to a much, much deeper level. I'm just using publicly available information and organizing it in a way that an AI tool could pick up and raise visibility in prompt responses for whatever brand you represent, the one you work for, your client, et cetera, et cetera. So let me just kind of walk through the process here. Enter a prompt, I get a response. This is pretty straightforward. I enter the next prompt, I get a response. Okay, the first couple, it's not really producing anything that gives me too much information until we start digging into this framework, and it gets pretty interesting. So now we start identifying not only who the main stakeholders are, which is sort of what it's talking about here, frontline implementers, organizational stewards, and donors, which is really what I'm after in this particular case, mission-driven individual donors, which overlaps very similarly to this amazing organization that SEOcharity that's put this webinar together. I think this is the third one that we've sponsored and plan to continue because it's needed. And so now we start to get down to who our key stakeholder is, who we want to make sure that we're targeting and removing friction for. So we're going to come up with these anecdotes to be able to address concerns, alleviate concerns that this particular stakeholder, our target audience, may have questions about. And it may be that they don't even know what the questions are. They don't know the questions to ask. And so the friction is unknown. It's essentially undefined. That's what we're trying to do, is define it and resolve it. And so, where does my gift go, kind of thing. A case study might be really nice. A micro story. What will the funds be used for? How will this organization roll to use these funds? We could go deep here, and we could have impact reports. We could have financial audits. There could be charity ratings, a visual diagram of where the money goes, how it's used. All these things were surfaced early on in this process. And this is a long conversation, just to give you a sense for what this looks like. Here's another example. It wouldn't download for me, so I asked it to do it again, and I get this nice table. I could just take this table and put it down below a couple of scrolls, and it could be meaningful for AI models. Okay, but we don't stop there. It goes a lot deeper. I wanted to get down to the point where I had something actionable, something if I were building a presentation, I could just put together in a slide deck and send to the company, to the organization. And I'm going to do that for Rolda as well, see if they get any value out of this, because I think they could increase their conversions on their donation page if they showed me some of these things that clearly are friction points in the process. And here are examples of what they might add to the site, different ways it's breaking down. I enter another prompt. This is where I said, okay, it came up with a bunch of data sets that I could use. And I said, let's assume we're limited to just what can be found online. And there's a bunch of great stuff just based on what can be found online. Okay. Even if you never touch private interviews, et cetera, here's what we could do. UX studies, watchdog reviews, community discussions, journalism, NGO comparisons, et cetera. Okay, great. So now let's go deeper in it. And all I'm doing is I'm doing exactly what I want you to do, which is just follow the steps. It walks you through all of the steps. I skipped ahead here. I went kind of quickly through these, but because I'm still kind of midstream here with my prompts, but all you have to do is add the prompt, it generates some stuff, and then it uses that for the next step. You give it some feedback, and you walk it through this multi-prompt chain in order to get down to, okay, I'm going to skip ahead. I've got 7 minutes left. By the way, Olga's was great. I didn't catch the whole thing. I think I followed her last time. It's always great stuff. I hope that you guys do that separate webinar with her, because it's amazing, and subscribe to her newsletter, all the things. It's really awesome. Okay. Coming down here, let me just keep going. All you have to do is follow the steps. Now it starts to get actionable. Now I'm starting to understand really where the value is for this. So we just keep going. New prompt, keep going. And then what I did was I said, okay, great. I'm gonna skip down here. You can see everything that's happening. and start to get down to the bottom. Okay, cool. So here I printed the screen as a PDF. I upload the current page. I just took the current page and uploaded it as a PDF. And I said, and it already had the HTML. I gave it to it earlier in the process. And I said, make some reasonable assumptions. This is probably really small text wise. Make some reasonable assumptions. I did it one too many times. Sorry. Okay. Make some reasonable assumptions about the values might be for these areas of friction that if we solve for will very likely, it certainly would, it would incentivize me to, I would be much more comfortable making a donation. What those would look like in visual mockups so that I can, well, actually I said, just give me mockups. So it mocked up the code. I already gave it the HTML. So it mocked up the code for all of these things. Here we're starting to talk about it. What would $13? These were the tiers that it already suggests on the page. 13, 25, 125, 250. What would that look like? What would $13 give? Now I'd have, of course, have to validate this with the organization, make sure that $13 does give 2 days of food. I don't know if that's true. $25, maybe that's too low for vaccines plus a checkup, but maybe it's enough. $125 for emergency surgery to repair an injury, et cetera. So it gave me the code right here. It may not be perfect. Maybe I need to just pull out the text and put it into WordPress or whatever the site is. I didn't check to see what the site was built on.
Sorry, James. Our shelters, they said $35 per month per animal.
Is that what it is? Okay, perfect. Awesome.
Yeah.
So they could call that out in a visual way. So then I just said, ChatGPT, give me some visuals. I need to make this pitch. What would that look like? One of the things were trust elements. So, whatever this would look like, these badges or some sort of trust elements from other organizations to show the trustworthiness. Olga mentioned EEAT signals. That's what we're doing here. What does your gift do? It goes to food delivered and animals rescued and treated and fed, et cetera, et cetera. And then I just started, okay, so take this list of things that could add these elements, remove this friction. And then I just said, okay, start generating graphics for me using the styles of the page already. Here's this one. Here's another one, long-term impact. Here's what Anton just mentioned, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't even get all the way through. I just kept asking them, okay, generate the next one, generate the next one. I don't know why I didn't generate all of them. I asked for it to generate all of them. But so that's the process. Walk through the framework. It will help you understand who you really are targeting early on in this process, who you're targeting, what is going to solve their friction points, even that they don't even know to ask yet. What's going to solve their friction points, what you do with those friction points once you have them. All of this is outlined in this guide. Everything that you need, here's a sample friction source that's built for you, but this is where you would get those friction points from, the true friction points that would be net, unique, first-party data that's adding value, that's offering value to the AI model in order to inform their prompt response, which will in turn generate the visibility for your page, for your brand, etc. So all you have to do is just follow along with these steps. Some of them might take a little bit longer, like actually pulling these. You might have to set up a notebook LM or something in order to comb through, to scrub through your customer service logs or support call transcripts. But do that hard work. Anonymize it, of course, no PII, et cetera, et cetera. We all know that, but do the hard work. Help me be less frustrated at the next conference because we have deep, actionable insights that are offered in our talks that won't just incentivize someone just to go use an AI model just to generate a page of content. Do the hard work. It took me an hour, and the end result, I was informed. I am somebody who is looking to help out animals. I'm an animal lover myself. And so I'm looking to help out organizations that are doing. That's why I'm on this. That's why I'm on this webinar today. And so I wanted to use it as an example of a way that you can make your content on your pages linkable. That's essentially what this is. Citable to a publisher, earn links naturally. And if you need more links, if you go to these free tools and it says, wow, you need more links than you think you can get just by making your content citable, then find somebody who's trustworthy in the SEO community that builds links and ask them for some help. These tools are designed to be a DIY, where this is exactly what we do internally. It's just not me that usually does the entire process, but this is what we do. And so we're not holding anything back. This is full transparency here. If you want to make your content citable, this is the process. Here's the framework for you. You can just follow along through the steps and go get some backlinks. That's it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, James. It was wonderful.
Thanks,
You were
everyone.
just in time. I wish, just need to switch off the chat. I wish I could ask you a bit more questions about these tools and everything you've done. And you've mentioned you can share this ChatGPT process, yes?
Yes, it's all in there. If you grab that QR code, or I can send it
Oh, okay.
later, but it's all in there. All the things that I used, all the things that I showed are all in that guide.
Okay, I see. We are having next speaker, Judith, right now. We are only half through our conference today, so bear with us, stay with us. We'll have lots of nice things to show to you. Thank you, James, once again. And everyone else, please continue watching us.
Please donate.
And our next speaker is Judith. Judith currently has a bit of problems with her camera, but we can still hopefully hear her voice. Let's try that. Yes, we can hear you. The camera
Can you hear my
team.
voice?
Yes, we can. Maybe you can try to. It happens sometimes.
Yeah,
we can do nothing, I think, about it.
We can't see you. It's all black. It looks like you're playing for New Zealand. We can hear you. Yeah.
It sometimes happens when you are going to talk about black hat links.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So, Judith, if you could please share me your presentation so that I could put it on the screen. In the meantime, Anton, maybe you can share a story about one of our.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Yeah, okay. This is a cat. It's called Snizhok, which means snowy. Well, for obvious reason, it's he is very, very white and he's very big. He's more than 7 kilos. So, and this is a real cat, and it's a real cat who stays in one of the shelters. And as I mentioned, all the shelters we support the family type, if I can say. There is no cages. The cats are everywhere, and they all located in the private flats or private houses. We support five shelters. So, welcome. By the way, there is an option to financially adopt particular cat, and it's $35 per month. That's what we talk with James, how much it takes for obviously, if you have one cat and you give him or her a lot of caviar, it's a different story. But those cats in shelters, it's about $35 an animal per month. If you want to adopt any cat, you're very welcome to approach us, and we'll you can choose particular cat, not just any cat. Alessia, you tell me when to stop, to shut up, because
we'll go just like that, because we currently are in quarantine. Few programs for that.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay.
Yes. I think Judith will return
Okay, so
in
I'll
a minute.
tell you a story. It's a very recent story, a couple of months. We even published it, but I don't think you read it. It's in the front line. I mean, but I'm in Kiev. I'm not in the front line. It's very far from here. But this particular story happened in the front line, where actually the combat things happens, and the connection, mobile connection, almost doesn't exist there. But it happened one day that connection was there, and one guy who lives there and had like 25 cats, I think. And he managed to put a post on Instagram saying that we are sitting here, nobody coming to help us, and I have this 25, I can't remember, it was 20 something cats, and nothing is helping us. We don't know what to do, and he disappeared again because the connection got lost. So and this post was replicated over this. It's not a network, but I feel I'm part of this network already, because in my timeline half of these things is all this cat and dog saving things. So activists, local activists, start just putting things together. We send them some money, and they managed to contact military police just next to this particular place where this came from, and they use military police because otherwise you can't get there. So they won't really allow you to get there. So they use military police. Military police use these maps of the mines, so to go around the places, because otherwise you would just blow up yourself. And they used 2 drones. So those 2 drones were going with them, well, probably defending them if needed. Well, they were not attacked. So and they brought those activists. So they pick up that guy particular who sent this message, and 25 or how many of his cats, and they all get back, and they put them in a shelter, in a bigger shelter with cages and everything. But yeah, it's better than to be in the front line. And they put this guy to live in this shelter and walk there. So this is a story. Judith, I'm so glad to see you eventually.
and this is on my phone, so this is like the craziest thing ever. I don't know if I can play my slides off my phone. I have a feeling not, but
No,
my computer decided to die.
No, it's okay. I think we can talk about links. It's like the best links are those that really work. So you kind of sometimes don't even see them. So that will be the case with our presentation today. I think that we can talk in a more like free manner.
It did say that it uploaded the slides. So at some point it did think it had the slides. So you might have my slides, but I can talk about the links that I regret the most, because really these clients, they still exist and they're still live. So I couldn't really show
still alive. That's kind of
so
great.
What I've done is I put together a slide deck. I don't know if it's in there, but I basically wanted to walk you guys through the tens of thousands of pounds. And I'm not even exaggerating. I wish I was, I wish I was pretending to have spent, 20 some odd thousand pounds on links that were crap and didn't work. But unfortunately, I did in different ways at different times. So the first, and unfortunately, I wish you could see the slides because I had some great GIF work there. The first time I think that I was ever penalized by Google for some links that I purchased, and I thought I was being really savvy and smart when I purchased them, because it was in the days when you could purchase directory links and rank. I don't know if you guys remember that time. Oops, sorry, that's my fingers.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys remember those times when you could like spend, I don't know, 50 pounds or 100 pounds, and you would be like, yes, and I'm number one, baby, and I'm making all the money, and it's fantastic. I placed an order, I'm risk averse. I was like, you know what? I want a diversity of anchor text. I want some brand. Like I want it mainly brand. I want like 70% brand. And besides the 70% brand, then I want some keyword stuff, but I want it to be in phrases. You know, I don't want it to be too obvious, some click here directory links and stuff. It went live with hundreds of exact match anchor text brand links.
Wow.
That was painful. That was an instant ban. You know, I don't know what I could have done to have communicated better. I've just tried to log back on, and for some reason, it doesn't love you. It's not showing my camera. But if you can live without my camera, I can join with my slides and share my screen if you'd like.
Yeah, you can share your screen there as well. We'll have two of you.
Okay. Okay, and we're going to turn that off because that is an echo chamber of doom. Right. So I am sharing my screen now, and hopefully this is actually going to work. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see them. Yay.
Fantastic. So the links I regret the most, as I was saying, well, that's who I am. So I've spent a lot on a few gambles. I've made money. Yay. Unfortunately, I've also lost money, a lot of money. Like I said, tens of thousands of pounds. Which is, you know, tens of thousands of euros or dollars. And so I wanted to talk with you guys about abject failures. Here are some things I'm going to cover. And I always like to think, you know, it's okay to make mistakes, right? Maybe not and get our clients banned. So in the ancient history of Google, as I was saying, we used to be able to buy links, and I placed this order, and yeah, it was exact match anchor text. I got the client banned. It was completely removed. I mean, like you searched for their brand and it was not there.
Oh, wow.
It was
really?
gone.
How fast did it happen?
It was probably about a week, maybe a week and a half.
Oh, wow.
The panic. So it was, you know, it happened, and I wasn't really paying attention, and I should have, and it happened, and I was like, that's not what I ordered, but maybe it'll be okay. No, because there was a previous very spammy company and they killed it. But we did recover the site. It did take 3 months, but it was a recruitment site.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was painful. And I thought that after that I was smart and I'd be safe. Not really. But I don't keep getting clients banned. I just want to clarify. I am not continually getting clients banned. It's you know, it's not all failure in that sense. A lot of it is just spending money in a very bad way. So I you know, much like Irish Wonder, I've built PBNs for clients. Much more popular because it's much less work is recruiting bloggers into networks where we work with them specifically, and we're doing stuff with them, and we're like, you know, just send us what your traffic is, let us know how much you charge. We actually have a scale of what we pay people based on what their reported traffic is, what their niche is, how much content they write, et cetera, et cetera. So when we work with bloggers, we actually pay them for creating content and putting in the link. So the purpose is the link, but we pay them based on certain metrics. We're looking at how many keywords is the site ranking for? Is it ranking? Is it in Google? What are you doing? How often are you updating? So that sort of stuff. And we pay them, and we pay them. I've spent 1,000 and change on one link from one site once. And I should say that was a successful link. That was not an unsuccessful link. That was a successful link. So I do pay a lot, but bloggers lie. Not all of them, but some of them. Some of them lie. They just lie. So we use tracking links, you know, where, you know, you click on it and it tracks the click, so I can see in analytics. And one of the things that we factor in, and we tell people, we absolutely must have you have at least one visit from your link. It's a unique link. We often use, you know, like grocery settings or whatever, because the client has no relationship to that whatsoever. So we're like, okay, you know, we'll accept you, but you've got to actually make us some money. So the a lot of bloggers are like, yeah, no problem. We see 1 click, we see 5 clicks, we see 35 clicks, we make our money back. But not all of them. And some of these bloggers are quite expensive, and some of them just lie. I swear, the likelihood that they're actually ranking for those keywords and getting that traffic after, 2 months after I do my checks is low. And they didn't even bother to click their own link. Just think about that for a second. Couldn't even be arsed to click their own link. Click their own link to show the client that I actually made some money. There was a reason. I mean, I spent about $12K on shitty bloggers over the years where they've lied or they've just not said, what? You just click your own link once. Just do me that favor, please. So at least the other links I was building was okay. But I figure, having looked at all the bloggers that I put in, it was about 12,000, actually it's probably more now, but it was about £12,000 of money I had spent on bloggers that never even clicked their own link. Doesn't take much, people. Jesus.
Bastards.
So I went on and I was like, screw that. I'm going to do this. What is this new digital PR stuff? I joke. I jest. So I went to YouGov and I did some research, and I worked with them and I worked with a PR to make some really interesting research with YouGov. Now, YouGov is a really well-respected research company. Their whole job is research. That's what they do. They know, what people resonate with. They know what journalists resonate with. So we made something that was unique and interesting and fun. And so I thought, it's a lot of money, but I'll spend it. Yeah, no, it was not worth it. Lies. All of them lies. People. And they're not cheap. So when you work with YouGov, it's thousands, not hundreds of pounds that you have to invest in time and also their fees that they use to pay their researchers. So I was really frustrated. I'd spent a lot of my time coming up with the idea. I had spent a lot of time on the execution. I really was invested. I still, to this day, and this is not like this year, this was like, 2 years ago now, I still to this day am heavily invested in this piece of research, and it still hurts me that I wasn't able to actually get this to fly. We did not earn any links. We did the research. We worked really hard, and we called the media. We didn't. The PR did. Worked really hard. When I say nothing, I'm not counting the syndication sites, okay? We got plenty of links. The client was happy. And I looked at it and I was like, you're shitting me. That was a PR syndication site. You've put those links are useless. But the client was like, wow, look at all the places you got links. This is fantastic. Thank God for press release syndication sites, because my God, my ass would have been absolutely grass because it was super epic failure. We spent so much money, and I still love that piece of research. I really thought it was good. The PR thought it was good, but apparently journalists are fickle. So if I had set fire, I said, to that £10,000, it would have had more value in keeping people warm, or, anything warm, over what that research gave me. I'm really like, that was just horrible. So I wanted to try some stuff, and this, I don't normally admit to this, okay? So I spent a lot of money on Fiverr, and I don't normally talk about this because it was a test. And I have some sites that I use for testing, and I really never, ever, ever talk about these links because I decided to try. I just throw all sorts of shitty links at it because it's a test site. So I thought that I would, throw some spammy links at it, see what it actually generated. And I actually purchased expensive packages off of a number of people. This is not like, £5 a link. This was like several £100s just to test, right? And, as you can probably predict, these were not great links. Now, to be fair, some of them were fantastic. Comment spam, whew, baby, those worked well. I actually saw some real changes off comment spam. But the thing I regret more is buying traffic. I don't know if anybody in the comment section has bought traffic. And I spent a lot of money buying traffic. Why? Because I wanted to see how it worked, whether it worked. I wanted that traffic, though, to be reflected in Google Search Console. So I specifically purchased packages that showed that I would be buying, like it was saying that I was buying traffic from Google search results. And it said, what did you want the search to be? So, you'd buy this traffic from search results. And it was with the links. And I thought, okay, well, I'll buy the links and I'll buy some clicks, because what I want to do is I want to like have signals going on here so that like, as I buy links for these keywords and long tailed and whatnot, I also buy the clicks and see how the rankings change. And then I'll buy some like traffic and we'll do this and that. And I think I don't regret buying those links. I spent a lot of money. They were crappy links except for the comment spam. So certain websites, the comment section, it worked really well, but mostly the packages, which ranged from 150 pounds up to 500 pounds, they were useless. I mean, worse than useless, because I spent the money and I could have bought some really good chocolate. I could have donated.
Wine.
And wine, I could have bought some amazing wine, but no, Judith decides to check what the kind of packages are in Fiverr. Don't do what Judith does. So I also bought some traffic. And I thought this would be like reflected in Google Search Console because it was Google search traffic. No, it was not. I'm sure you know what they did, because what they did is to just pretend spoof the traffic coming from Google, but it was never reflected in Google Search Console, which is what I was looking for. So every single package I purchased that was supposed to be traffic from Google search results was not. It was a spoofed search result URL so that you could see it in Google Analytics, but it was not in Google Search Console. So yeah, liars, all of them. However,
I have it in my search console. I see competitors are doing that. I can see it with their impressions sometimes. So I can share with you a few of those. And I think I know.
So there are other ones I've purchased where it actually worked. And I really like, well, I better not say the name, but there is one particular person, let's say, that I purchase actual clicks off of. So it's not that individual. There's a plugin for the browser, and the teams around the world to do the searches. Those searches are then clicked on the results, and that does work. I do see it in Google Search Console. I do see that keywords coming through. I do see that working. But yeah, I think, buying the traffic when it's for a client because I've screwed something up and I just need some traffic to come in, then that's, it tricks the client, but it doesn't trick a savvy digital marketer, because they're going to know, much like the press release syndication sites, they're going to know. And I loved that piece of research. It was really good. It was I can't say what it was because it's still live and it's only 2 years old. But it was a really interesting piece of research, and it had to do with women in STEM and girls in STEM, and it was just really interesting, and I felt like it would work to help change the way that we raise kids, male and female and non-binary, and everything, that it would change the way we perceive how we interact with youngsters to encourage them to get into STEM subjects. It was a really fantastic piece of research, and it went nowhere.
It might have been now in the training data for AIs, so it will influence lots of.
Oh, there you go. So that's something positive. The ChatGPT's latest date of database is October 2024, so it'll be in there. The last one, very last one, and I'll go through this one quickly as well. This isn't me, okay? It's not my fault. I didn't do this. I know I've done other things in my life that I regret, like buying those directory links with not clear instructions, I assume, that got me all those exact match anchor texts that then got the client booted out of Google. This was somebody else who knew me from Girl Geek dinners, and she was having a problem. And so she said, you know, they've just acquired a company and they've merged that company into theirs, but they're having some problems. And I've worked on mergers before, and generally they're like tech SEO, because like someone's done something, hasn't migrated stuff correctly. You know, it's generally that. And she had actually hired 2 other agencies who weren't able to figure out what was going on. And so as she was like, this is it, you know, this is the end of it, because it's not a common issue. So I was their last and only hope. I should never be someone's last and only hope. But, you know, I was looking at stuff, and I was looking at the old domain redirected to the new domain. The content wasn't duplicated. The content was updated and whatnot. Out of hundreds of pages that they had, like only the homepage was ranking. And I know, you know, what you'd say is there's penalty, clearly, right? Google Search Console was showing me nothing, but you would think that there was a penalty. And I looked, and the content was not ranking at all. Like it just, you couldn't find it. The brand wasn't doing it, anything. And you know, like, this is serious. Because this is their brand name, not this other company. This is their brand name. And although there were a number of old URLs going through a lot of hops, it should be okay. Okay, it's not passing all the value, but it should have been okay, right? Mm-hmm. Should have been fine. No, of course not. It did look like the old domain had stopped ranking, but the old URLs were actually ranking on the new content. So the old company that was acquired, if you searched for the new content, the old URLs where it was redirected to a page with new content, the old URL was ranking for the new content. That was fun. There were a lot of money. Remember I said earlier about what I'd done? You know, a lot of money anchor text links. This is not it, of course. This is an old hotel Chahalis site, because I didn't want to show the real client, but it looked kind of spammy. It actually looked extremely spammy. But that's not all. The top level domain of the new brand was actually known for spam, and I haven't put the actual TLD in here. I didn't screenshot that bit because I'm still a little bit nervous about somebody finding out who it is. But who knew we had to make sure that the company didn't actually buy a bad domain, right? I mean, it's a company. They have people for that internally, right? Apparently not. You know, there was also for the new site that they'd had. So the old site was like spammy link, doom and desperation. The new site was fairly spammy. So not as spammy as the old site, but still fairly spammy. And joy of joys, because we all love this, it had technical issues too. It was slow. There were problems. It was, so it was brand new. So it was broken, basically. And the old site was clearly ranking for stuff that it shouldn't be ranking for. And why it failed was that the old website was cascading the penalty that the previous company that they acquired had, that they did not know, through the 301 redirects to the new domain, taking it out of Google rankings. That was not me. That was someone else. But I had to unpick everything, rebuild the old site's URLs, figure out what the redirects were doing, find the new pages, which is how I found that the old URLs were ranking for the new content, and then remove all of those redirects, every single one of them. Then I had to disavow links, and it was, ouch. So I do. It's now fine. I don't know. Hopefully you can still hear me. But what
yes. not not right now.
Hopefully this. I think I can see
It
my
took 2
mouse
months, but
moving.
new brand domain and 2 additional backups are now all right.
Yay! Yes. So that's it. It's fixed. We fixed it, but we haven't fixed my internet. So yes, thank you for putting up
Okay.
with this very fast review of crappy things that I bought. Don't believe bloggers; they lie. Don't believe that YouGov is really good at research because clearly we had issues. Never, ever, 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 when you order stuff, believe people when they tell you that they've got the order correct. And when you have to clean up somebody else's mess, remember to look at what came before so that you can see just in case somebody made an awfully big mess.
And also follow
So that's
Judith
the 10,000.
And also follow Judith for all the information and to stay around. Judith is very active in our industry. She has lots of speaking gigs, and she's also an MC, a very popular one. Like one of the closest to her sports, which I hugely advise you to attend, is SERP conference in Vienna in October. And Judith will be emceeing there, and you should definitely go as well. I've been to this conference. It's one of the best in Europe, so don't miss your chance. Please attend, and thank you so much. And we are going to another speaker. Thank you, Judith, once again. I will let you enjoy our sponsors' logotypes for a while, and next we are having Zach Chahalis, and just a few moments. Here he is. Zach is going to speak about schema mastery and enhancing EEAT signals with structured data. I know it's a hugely complex topic, and Zach has just enough experience and lots of experience to speak about that. He's a consulting veteran with 15 years in SEO and digital marketing and marketing analytics, and he's focused on developing and executing strategies for Fortune 500 brands. So you want to listen to that. Hi, Zach.
Hello. I know I was trying to find cat ears for myself, but I just found giant headphones instead, so we'll go with that.
Okay, Anton, you want to add something, or we can go straight to the presentation?
No, let's go and get.
Let's jump in.
Yeah.
Okay, Zach. You didn't upload your presentation, yeah?
I did. It came through as a PDF. I can share.
It's not there.
Oh,
it's not there. So you maybe want to try again.
That's
yeah.
Yes. Currently.
Can you see it now? Good.
Yes.
All right. So, of course, I had to lean into the animal theme with this. So we're going to look at schema mastery, but we're going to look at the idea of enhancing signals in akin to kind of training a dog from being a puppy into being, a well-behaved member of the family. So just quick introduction for anyone who's not familiar with me. So yeah, my specialty is working with large enterprise brands, especially in the e-commerce and marketplace segment. Feel free to follow me on socials. I'm always talking about structured data, technical SEO, and just general growth opportunities. All right, and I'm traveling this week, so I wish he was here with me so that way he could also join me in the call. But this is Ruger. This is my rescue golden doodle. He's also very expressive, as golden doodles tend to be, and we'll be using him a bit throughout the presentation, along with some AI versions because it's just easier to get some photography that way. All right. So, does schema directly impact EAT? This is always a fun topic of conversation because a lot of people say yes, a lot of people say no. My general opinion is no. But, and it's kind of it depends because, we're talking SEO. It's a transitional layer to understanding. So it doesn't necessarily directly lead to EAT, but you're amplifying, clarifying, explaining EAT signals and entities so that they're better recognized by search engines as they're going through and processing the site. And a good example of this, the Schema app has a bunch of case studies up on their site, but the idea of emphasizing like local grounding, for example, in Schema, hey, you're talking about these local entities using a field like mentions or area served to basically say, hey, this page is talking about this or this location or this entity. But does Schema actually impact traditional organic performance? I think that's always the question that I kind of get asked in this space. Google has said no. They say that implementing structured data does not help you rank better. This is actually even a recent one from John Mueller back in April of this year. With that said, though, people then will ask, hey, should I actually care about this? Why should I care about structured data? Schema and structured data allows you to gain rich snippet results, own your featured knowledge panels, get more opportunities to help improve your click-through rate, which can have a downstream effect on your organic performance. So just another quick example here from Schema app, but this case study that they had showed a 34% increase in click-through rate. And I think as all of the different information has come out from Google, either between the leak or the court documents from their recent US case, reflecting the idea of NavBoost, Glue, and the 13-month rolling average looking at engagement signals, you can start to see a downstream effect of these things working together. So that's where I think looking at things like, hey, if you've improved your click-through rate and you have improved signals such as good clicks, longest click, and you're keeping people on the site more, then that will, in theory, have a downstream impact, just not an immediate direct impact. The other one that's been, I think, a hot topic conversation lately is what about structured data and LLMs, generative engine search? So there's definitely been some debate here on this one. A couple folks have been talking about this topic. I'm going to cite Dan Petrovic here in terms of what his perspective is on it, because this is where I tend to agree. But LLMs can understand schema, but parsing it is kind of a software design choice based on which LLM is looking at it. And the other issue is they may not always get the structured data. It may not always make it to them depending on how the content is passed to the LLM. So it can still be beneficial there. It can still help. Regardless, it can still be used from a RAG perspective in terms of getting a better understanding of your site and your content and your entities. So it's one of those still do it type of things. But I think there's still a little element of jury being out on this one. All right, so with that, how are dogs and schema like, how are dogs like schema and eat? So the rest of my play here is try and look at this from a dog training perspective. So schema is like teaching a dog a new command, in my opinion. So like, I will say my golden doodle, as much as I love him and he's 10 years old, still trying to teach him new tricks. And, there's the old saying about teaching old dogs new tricks. It works kind of well, but not perfectly. But I would say eat is kind of akin to what a dog's temperament is, right? So now that you're training your dog with new types of schema, with new types of tricks, you're improving his temperament. You're improving his or her responsiveness to what you're trying to train them on. And in this case, I'll say well-trained dogs and also cute ones. I think there's no such thing as a not cute dog, get rewarded in this particular case. So jumping forward a little bit. So let's talk about the different types of schema. I'm going to highlight some top ones that I think can kind of tie these in on some opportunities. Author markup is a key one, especially if you're thinking about the idea of eat and you're talking about expertise and authority, trustworthiness, experience. If you can highlight your authorship, this is akin to like your dog trainer in this particular case. But you're looking at, hey, what is this person? Why are they experienced? Why should I come talk to you or understand or trust you what you're saying here? So just kind of tying this back, this is the markup that I use on my personal site. But in this case, leverage your person markup and look at things like same as, look at experience fields like where they are an alumni of or what they know about, what is their job title, where do they work, and use those fields to help emphasize that they're familiar on a certain topic and that they're experienced and authoritative on that particular piece. So on my schema markup, for example, I'm trying to emphasize that hey, I've been an SEO for 15 years. I know this stuff. I've been in it, but I'm also a speaker, and I've been doing a lot more speaking opportunities. So, like in this case, I'm trying to tie to other websites that are calling me out as a contributing entity because they want to lean into my expertise and experience. Similarly, your organization is kind of like your dog's home. So this is kind of a good way of looking at, like, hey, how do you mark up the entity of the brand that you're working with or the brand that you're consulting for? So in my particular case, such as my freelance consulting entity, I'm trying to mark up what do I know about, where do I live, what's my description of what I do, same as what is my has offer catalog. I feel like has offer catalog is probably one of the most underutilized structured data subtypes as a part of organization, but it's a great way of tying to, hey, here's the things we do, here's the service offerings we have or the product offerings we have, and trying to drill down into those top categories to help improve comprehension for anyone, structured or search engines. Basically, hey, understand what I do. I like to say reviews are like belly scratches. So, you know, you're kind of getting rewarded, right? You're getting rewarded from other people for your product, for your features, for your solutions, or your offering. Extensively leverage aggregate rating and review when you can. This is one of those ones that certainly leads to rich snippet treatment, but in the idea of still leveraging user-generated content and emphasizing those authoritative signals, hey, this is trustworthy, the reviews are a big component there because I want to see that what you're actually doing is trustworthy, that you're actually knowledgeable on this particular topic. In this particular example here, like this is a review of a particular business. So, you know, the star rating and the review example are not stellar, but this in this particular case, it might make you think a little bit more before you want to work directly with that business. Product and service markup, I'll say they're kind of like your treats and toys. And you know, here's my dog with this pile of toys that he, for whatever reason, had to have next to him before he took a nap on them. But in this particular case, you're trying to emphasize what it is that you do, if it's a service offering, if it's a product offering. And that's where I think tying back to your has offer catalog can be extremely valuable here. But in the particular case of a product, marking up all the information that you can. What is the product? What's the description? What's the image? Price points, the return policies, any of the review information. It's extremely valuable because it adds these rich snippets in, especially in these particular search results for product emphasis. And those things help to really improve your click-through rate. I've seen situations where, you know, you compare your position 5 in a traditional search result, and you look at what the average click-through rate curve would be on that. When you add in that extra rich snippet benefit in there, that click-through rate jumps. And I've seen that in every site I've emphasized that has the rich snippet benefit come through. The other thing I'll call out here is choosing the most specific type of schema for your particular needs. So if you go through the schema.org library, I heavily recommend looking through the subtypes and looking through all the particular opportunities that exist. So, for example, if you're a law firm or a lawyer, you might want to use legal service schema over organization. Or if you're a home builder, for example, there are particular types of structured data that you want to use that says, hey, I work in a home construction business. And that way helps to improve the understanding around what you're doing in this case. But there's still subtiles of organization. So you don't need to double up on that markup. You just need to choose the most specific one. And I think a big call out here is people like to only focus on structured data types that get a rich result. I heavily recommend marking up anything that you possibly can just to improve the comprehension and the digestibility of your content. My cheesy analogy in this space has always kind of been leveraging structured data is like taking a Shakespearean novel and distilling it to an 8-year-old reading level. You're trying to make things more digestible and simple for search engines to understand. So just because things like FAQ markup are no longer getting a rich result benefit, don't stop using it. If you have FAQs on your site, still mark it up because it helps to structurally organize that content and make it more digestible. And then things like article markup on a blog as well. And that's where you can kind of call back to your organization entities and your person entity in the form of an author or a publisher. So highly recommend look at everything that you can possibly mark up, not just the ones that are supported in Google's library. And I think folks also need to remember that there are other crawlers, search engines, things out there besides Google that look a little bit deeper than what Google's defining. So always try and go out and do as much as you can. All right, I'm not quite sure why that one slide keeps jumping back in there. Let's talk about picking your training style. So I'm trying to find a good connection here between the 3 types of structured data format and maybe how to think about training a dog. I generally recommend, whenever you can, using JSON LD. I tried to put this as a positive reinforcement approach to training. The reason I recommend JSON LD is it allows you to mark up things that are not necessarily within certain elements of the DOM or your code, and you can be a little bit more free with what you're including in that. That allows you to be more dynamic. It allows you to put the code in different aspects of the page. I've actually seen including it in the head makes it a little bit more digestible than putting it in the body. But you have a lot more flexibility, and it seems to be a lot more positively reflected when it's getting crawled and parsed. Microdata is still an option. I kind of put this in akin to like a leash training side of things, because you're kind of restrictive in that sense, right? There's only so much that you can do with leash training, and it's not going to help you with doing certain aspects that you want them to do. RDFA, I'm going to put that in the agility training category. I have rarely in 15 plus years of doing this seen sites using RDFA. Doesn't mean it's not out there. Yeah, I have seen it. You use it? Okay. I have seen sites that use it. It can be extremely valuable. It's just one of those ones I don't come across often. So highly recommend, looking at what the right structured data type is for you. And if you're incorporating third-party platforms, modules, like a review platform, for example, it may only come in one particular way. So understanding what your technology stack and limitations are as well. And I'm making some reaches here, but I'll say dog commands are kind of like picking your schema property. So, and instead of saying, sit or stay to a dog, you're talking about, hey, what is my offer? What do I know about? What is the name of what I do? So just kind of thinking about all the different properties that you can mark up within something. Once you've selected that type of schema, it's really worth going through the schema.org page about that type and understanding, hey, what are all the different elements that I can call out in sub-data points? And what do I have on my site that I could use to fill that in? Make sure that you also understand the difference between a required field and an optional field. I like to say when you're looking at like the structured data validation tool, if it's an error, then you need to fix it. If it's a warning, it's kind of a subtle, hey, maybe think about adding this in, but sometimes you don't always have that data. And I would rather not include a field than try and force a field that doesn't work. And this, I think, is a big thing that folks also sleep on. What I'm trying to call out here is you can use multiple types of structured data in the same script. So if you're thinking about using JSON LD, for example, when you're calling out the @type field, you can have multiple different types and then leverage the combined attributes of both of those different types of schema within one. So a good example of this is, and I'm going to step away from the dog thing for a second. This is one that I've done a little bit more recently where I was looking at doing product, but I was also doing real estate listing. So in this case, I'm trying to call out the particular entity of this is a building, it's located here, it's located in this city, it's part of this neighborhood, part of this city, part of this county, part of this state. But I also want the elements of product. I want to be able to say it has these price points, it has this offer field, it has these reviews. Things that are not necessarily acceptable within real estate listing, but by including both types, now I can talk about both those things in a single script and improve the comprehension rather than trying to have multiple different schema scripts on a single page. And I think the big call out here is it's reflected. This is easily picked up on. And in this particular case, as I'm looking at this code, I'm not getting any errors or warnings. So this is where it's always good to go validate, hey, does it work? Do you have any types of problems that pop up? But how do you scale? And how do you validate this markup? I think that's always a big question I get. And I work with a lot of enterprise sites. This is where you think about the idea from enterprise perspective of a template. So let's say you're working on an e-com site, for example. in theory, your product pages are likely all using the same template. Maybe there's a slight variation in template, but if this is a case where you can work with a developer, or if you're coding it yourself and coding it based on variables, but basically understanding, hey, these are the things that I need to detect on the page or in our data frame and use to populate the variables of this structured data markup. And that way you can implement this at a template level rather than essentially trying to go through and, I work with an e-commerce site with hundreds of thousands of SKUs, for example. You don't want to do that one by one. If you can do it at the template perspective, it's phenomenal. And consistency in your markup is key. I'll talk a little bit more about a bad example of this later on, but I would say consistency is like walking your dog on a daily basis. You want to make sure that the things you're saying in your markup are consistent from page to page, or if you're trying to work your way up an entity tree, making sure that you're consistent in what you're calling it, naming it, and your ID fields. So that way there's no confusion. Search engines tend to give up if they see something that's conflicting with one another, and then they don't understand anymore. They don't want to deal with it. Make it as simple as you can for them to understand something. And a big call is ensure that you're testing your schema. I mentioned the schema validator test before and showed some examples. I like using both testing tools. A lot of folks rely on one of them. Both are valuable and necessary. If you want to understand if something's going to lead to a rich result in Google, use the rich results test. If you want to just validate, hey, am I including all properties that are valid and executable for the types that I've picked? Do I have any syntax errors? Do I have any things like that? Then I like using the schema validator piece as well. And then I can lean on both and making sure that I'm getting the most value I can out of the script. That example template that I just showed earlier on when I wrote that, sometimes you're writing JSON LD, you forget a comma. If you sent that straight off to a developer and they implement it literally, then now you're putting in, hey, now I've got this broken syntax, and now I'm getting a bunch of errors. And the developers don't love when you have to go back and fix something that you could have solved earlier. The other big piece I'll call out is validate with your Google Search Console reporting. If you think about implementing structured data at an enterprise level, the odds are you may forget edge cases. You may forget things that don't necessarily apply to the norm of your site. And this is where the reporting is extremely valuable, because you might be able to easily look at it and go, okay, cool, what are the patterns of the errors that I'm seeing? How can I go fix these things? Is it possible that instead of having a price point, the offer field says call for price? Okay, cool, that's not acceptable because it's not a numerical value. I have to go back and fix those things. I have to either exclude that markup on that page, or I have to rethink how I'm doing it. But you won't know what those edge cases are unless you truly know your site from top to bottom. And if you're looking at a 1 million page plus e-com site or marketplace site, that's not always possible. So if you can use this reporting, then you'll be able to stay on top of things. So how do search engines reward those good bugs? The big call out here is getting those rich snippets. Those are the visible ones. Like I said, don't ignore the non-visible ones, but if you can get these, especially if you look at something like this, so this is a particular type of dog food, this one has a phenomenal markup that you're getting in rich results. It has your price points, it has your availability, it has your ratings, has your delivery pricing, but even includes things like, hey, this page has reviews, it talks about the flavor. The page is so easily digestible in this article format that it's getting all these call outs, so you can easily jump in and go straight to an anchor or go straight to a certain section of the page. And I'll say knowledge panels are kind of like a dog show. I'm not the biggest fan of this analogy, but like you're kind of showing off your brand, right? You're showing off the information that you're trying to get across. If you're marking up your organization or corporation markup. So, in this particular case, can I control the description? Can I control the images, the logos that are appearing? I've seen certain instances where customer service numbers, like at the bottom of that image, are flat out wrong or outdated. And you can use your structured data to override those fields. And improved search engine comprehension is sort of like a well-behaved dog. In this particular case, the dog now understands everything that you're trying to teach it. The search engine now also understands, hey, here's who I am, here's all the related entities that I have, here's why I care about these things, and here's why you should care about what I'm putting out there. And that way they can see you as the authority on a particular topic. All right, so let's touch on a couple quick real examples here. just an example of schema done well. This is one that I did many years ago. I made up a brand here. You're welcome to take a stab at who you think it is. But in this case, we did a full product markup rollout. We actually did a case study with them around, we only did it on 50 pages. We were able to prove the value in it and be able to use that to roll it out to the global site. But what we were able to do is we were reflecting the key entities of the product page. So what is the product? In this case, it's a video game. Who is the seller? What is the publisher? The reviews of it, the price, the availability. And we started getting those rich snippets. And in that particular case, they actually got 14% jump in their CTR. And I'll say they got it a 3.7 position improvement in their average ranking over 6 months. I am not going to say that's because of structured data. I'm going to tie that more to if you're now getting more folks clicking in, you're now getting more folks staying on the page and maybe going through the purchase funnel. You've improved that user experience. And those are the types of things that Google's looking to reward. So I wouldn't say it's a direct ranking benefit, but I think indirectly it can help to improve that over time. Now, what's an example of schema gone bad? I'm actually going to talk about the same brand for a second. I'm not going to show this one because this many years ago, and they thankfully fixed this problem for the most part. But there was an odd instance where, and this is where I go back to understanding your tech stack. They wanted to include the review markup in the product schema that they were doing, but didn't understand that the third-party review integration tool that they were doing also included markup. And while those things were often in alignment, sometimes they would try and cache the review data that was going into the one that they were writing, and it would result in the review's score and count being different in the aggregate rating field. That's where the consistency piece comes back, because what we actually saw is Google stopped serving for a period of time the rich results on those things until we fix that error. So Google's looking at that kind of going like, all right, you're sending me multiple different signals here. If I can't understand it, then that's really awkward. The other big call out, and this is actually something where I've worked kind of closely with Google years ago, but now it's a lot in a lot of their official documentation. They leverage structured data to validate your merchant fee listings if you're an e-commerce brand. So this is where having your markup be consistent in what's your latest price point and availability is extremely key, especially if you're struggling to keep your product fees up to date. They can rely on the structured data as kind of an interim step to more readily understand changing information. All right, so just a couple quick takeaways here. Identify the schema that works best for your website. This is a place where you can also leverage ChatGPT. I had the privilege of being at Brighton SEO this week. There were a couple good studies out there around folks creating GPTs that help them go through their site and, you know, hey, help me identify the best schema vocabulary that I should be using, or just take some time poking through your site and comparing it to the schema.org library and the Google documentation and seeing what works for your brand. Then make sure you train that structured data and understand how to scale that based on your site's depth or scale. And the big call out is test it and validate it and watch that Google Search Console reporting after it comes out. Make sure that you're not seeing any errors, especially unparsable errors. And watch for the rewards. Like I said, you can probably measure an improvement in click-through rate and traffic, especially if there's a rich snippet present or maybe a feature panel. And a big call out here, if you haven't digested the Google leaks or the Google Court documents too much, the idea of Nav Boost I was talking about before, it's a 13-month rolling average. So if you're working towards improving those metrics around, you know, good clicks, long clicks, keeping people on the site, click-through rate into the site, that takes time to build up and see your average grow. So that's where I see something like, hey, watch your average ranking over time. It may help you. And with that, if it lives, there you go. Thank you all so much. This is my dog enjoying and wishing he was here with me, but at the same time, loving the beach. Feel free to follow me. I am on X, or I still like to call it Twitter because, you know, I'm deep down inside, I'm 65. So feel free to follow me there or connect with me on LinkedIn. Would love to talk more about structured data. And if we have any extra time, feel free to ask the trainer any questions that you have.
Have you noticed, you actually mentioned a bit that you can train a GPT to create or participate in schema creation for you, markup. Yep. What I learned is that absolutely any GPT, Claude, Gemini, they are so bad in creating schema markup that
They are. Yeah. I like to use it to validate my markup, or what you can try and do is say, hey, here's my site, here's my page. Here's the schema.org vocabulary page on the type that we're looking at. And can I get it to do hey, digest this page, digest this page. Do you see something I'm missing that I could mark up? I've seen it do okay in writing JSON if you were trying to have it write a script example, but you need to be very precise with it, or otherwise it's going to be very thin. I'm a big believer that organization markup can be incredibly complex and deep if you're providing the right information. But if you ask, hey, write the organization markup for my page for me, you're going to sit there and go, all right, this is way too thin. It's way too basic. It's not finding all my social media properties or my other related entities. And that's where you're going to run into a problem like that. So if you can feed it more, it helps. But then you could sit there and spend just as much time writing it yourself, and it would probably be easier.
One
So
more
actually,
question.
it depends.
Where would you place your organization data? On the homepage or on About Us page?
So organization markup, this is one that Google has come out and said before, should live on your homepage, About Us, and Contact Us pages. With that, though, like let's say you have article markup or a service page markup or a product markup, then you want to call back to that core entity in like a seller field or a publisher field. And that way you're trying to connect the dots between saying like, hey, this publisher is actually this organization. And that way there's a clear connection and understanding for search engines to say, okay, that thing that you saw on our homepage, it's still related to this. But that's where the consistency piece comes in. Like don't start switching the name of your brand or things like that, and don't have conflicting data in that subtype, because then it's going to get ignored.
Okay, thank you so much, Zach. Please stay with us. We have Jamie coming next. Thank you so much once
Thank
again.
you.
I'll let you once again admire our wonderful sponsors, like the best companies in the world to have. I'm very proud that they're helping us that much. And please visit them. Please use them. They are all absolutely awesome. As awesome is our next speaker, Jamie.
Hello.
Jamie, I'm hugely happy to see you.
It's always great to see you.
And we were tracking your plane, so eventually
in the real time.
Real-time updates, because my flight, we're on the tarmac. And
flight radar.
About face, go back, but we made it here. With 35 minutes to spare, and I'm really excited because we get to help animals. And I promised to be salty if people made donations, and people sent me, hey, I just donated. So I think this is full permission to be a little bit salty about our new frenemies, LLMs.
Well, that's good. That's good to know. I'll just make a very quick introduction that we have made on our website about Jamie. Jamie says that she isn't a robot, or they are not a robot, but they speak both. And as the director of technical SEO at Cox Automotive, they study how search engines scroll, render, and index. They love to tame wild JavaScript and optimize rendering strategies. When not working, Jamie likes horror movies, graphic novels, and D&D. Jamie, can you prove that you are not a robot?
You're not a CAPTCHA, right? You've got to tell me if you're a CAPTCHA.
Like, when those GPTs first appeared, the first thing we were making with them is solving CAPTCHAs. So it's not longer working as a proof.
Well, then clearly I can't tell you, because if I am, there's many NDAs. I'm all IP right here. Yeah.
Okay.
Today, I just got home, so Tank is likely. Yep, here he is. Gonna come and say hello.
Just a moment. Just once again for.
This is Tank. He's a dapper and handsome man. He missed me very much while I was gone.
Oh, cool. He's not content. He's not happy to see us.
No, that's just resting cat face. This is okay.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Today, Jamie will be talking about crawling the future technical SEO strategies for LLMs. I'm very curious in this presentation. I'm sure I'll learn a huge lot of things.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Here's a short one as well. So I'm not a robot, but I speak bot. I am in-house as the Director of Technical SEO at Cox Automotive. I'm also the author of Rich Snippets. So if we put those two things together, what you're going to find out is I can't tell you a lot about what I'm doing, but I can share all my notes with you. And I've done a lot of reading. I'm a big nerd. If we're ever in person, you see me presenting, usually phones are a cue to let me know, hey, maybe slow down for a second. But this, we'll have playback, we'll have pause. And worst case scenario, please reach out. I'm on LinkedIn and I'm on Blue Sky. I am also, of course, a proud pet parent. I hear Boomer coming in behind me. Boomer is my 15-year-old shepherd mix. She is a perfect baby angel, and I will hear no less about it. And this is my dapper, sassy gentleman who loves his bow tie and is purring very loud right now. All right, about a year ago, I was in the backyard and hanging up some laundry on the line, just enjoying a sunny day. And this tiny baby comes up to me, just the teeniest mew. And I was like, obviously, I'll give you food. And then so affectionate, so sweet. Thought clearly, this is someone's pet. I really need to make sure I can get her back. Someone loves her so much. Just took her in right immediately, got her to the vet, got an expert evaluation. Yeah, turns out this 4-pound sweet little tabby is actually a fully grown 2-year-old trash cat. She is an alley cat. She is ravenous. She is the number of times we have had conversations akin to, why are you like this? Let me love you. You live here. Please stop. But I regret nothing because we can learn a lot from our little feral friends, particularly that our new friends are not always what they seem. I really don't care what you call it. You can throw a can of alphabet soup at the wall. Fantastic. All I really want are dev docs. That's what I care about. I'm not a robot, but I speak bot. No code is magic. All code has orders and runs and operations and typically uses common infrastructure architecture protocols. No. When it comes to these new big, everything's so hot and fancy and proprietary, there's no README. There is no manual for this one. And while it is definitely presented as there's no manual because this is all proprietary and this is billion-dollar tech, hear me out. Shaping the battlefield is a tactic in many ways. Maybe they don't reveal a manual because it benefits them for us to think it's more advanced than it is. Maybe Grok, who proclaims to not have a declared user agent so they can be a crawler of free speech and have unrestricted access to everything. Yeah, what if they're not actually crawling much at all? What if the reason Grok is using a coupon code from 3 years ago is because someone on your team posted in Twitter 3 years ago, and that's what the corpus is? It's expensive to do all this. There's going to be ways to cut corners. And having blind faith and trusting this is not going to get us anywhere. So, the good news is we're still tech SEOs, and that's still a bot. And we have places that we can look. Smart people is my favorite one because every time I'm like, this has got to be a thing. And sometimes I don't know the word to call it just yet, but more often than not, it ends up being a thing. And I can learn from other people, which is pretty beneficial considering I think every time you blink, there's a new AI crawler and I'm supposed to care about them all. I'm tired. We can look at our log files because a bot still has to make a request. We can look at our bot manager because we probably don't want to be blocking these all the time. Asterisk, caveats, terms and conditions apply. You can also check our analytics, but that can be a bit of a problem because they're not running JavaScript for the most part, so probably not going to see them in something like Google Analytics that runs client side. We can also dig into the interface of the tools themselves. And lastly, beg, borrow, build. All right, if there's not the tool that you need, this is the time to build it. Let's start with the treaty the covenant we have had as websites with bots for decades now. You're not required as a website to let anyone crawl you. But we've had a mutual agreement. If you crawl me, you're going to crawl politely, you're going to declare who you are, and you'll send me traffic. That has been status quo, the basis of multiple billion-dollar businesses until now. Let's look at our covenant, though, because fool me once, Kiki. I know a trash can when I see one. The promise of being polite. So, robots.txt protocol came into full fruition from being something that, again, was politely honored to a internet standard in 2002. It says, this is the protocol. Everyone knows this universal language. As a bot, if I come to your site and I see this content, I also will behave accordingly because this is how I am polite. We're going to have a little bit of a case study here on this one, all right? 2022, standardized protocol, pretty well-known agreement. Disallow means not for you. This is Reddit citations in generative AI responses. The reason that I'm going for a massive site like Reddit is because they very publicly had an agreement made with Google back in February 24 that said, hey, we're actually going to exclusively license these rights now. We're blocking every other crawler. 87% increase with ChatGPT 5. So, much like Judith, when I try and disallow her from stealing AirPods, you might not be as effective as you think with some of these mechanics. There are always methods of plausible deniability in these circumstances. So Common Crawl, it was traditionally used as an academic database. It said everything in the public open web, we're going to grab and have copies of. We're going to use that to study the internet because I don't know if you realize this, but we're kind of internet first these days. You need access to these technologies to be able to do basic functionalities in your life. ChatGPT 80% of the tokens in that were created out of the Common Crawl database. So they may go, oh, yeah, no, you said not to crawl you, but we didn't. We just happened to download Common Crawl instead. One of my favorite things about that, though, is the terms of use for Common Crawl. Intellectual property remains with the creator. I wonder if anyone's brought that up to them. These things are ravenous. They are going to crawl everywhere, everything, all at once. Wikipedia has had their server costs go up 50% year over year because of requests from AI crawlers. And 65% of their most expensive content comes from as well. So it's going to behoove you to know how these things are behaving. You can't see the crawlers in your analytics, but you can see them in your logs. And this is going to be useful because they don't always crawl the smartest or the best. If we're looking at the overall politeness of it, this is a request to referral data. This is provided by Cloudflare. I'll share this deck later. I've got great links in the bottom of all of these. Like I said, I read a lot and I'm learning from a lot of smart people, so I want to credit them where I can and make sure you see their good work and follow them. This one is from Cloudflare. They have a fantastic dashboard that you can keep updating and see what the crawl ratio looks like. And Anthropic is by far out there with 30,000 requests to one user. So the long-term viability of these tools is becoming questionable. It's expensive to go ahead and do this. And a lot of these companies are working on speculative revenues. None of them are in the black for actual operating costs and what they're making from it. It's all judged on potential. But for you as an SEO in-house, that means none of these companies want to be the best. They want to be the last one standing when the budgets run out. So we can't optimize for all of these. I know there's lots of talk out there about optimizing for vector embeddings and this and that. If you're chasing just one and doing a strategy like vector embeddings, you are assuming that you have perfectly replicated the stack in which that corpus and the vectors were built. And that's the only one you can optimize for. You can't do more than one. So a lot of these things seem very fancy. They seem very revolutionary. But as a tech SEO who's big at trying to find a way into a black box, I'm not sure the revolution was there in the code. The next thing they promise to do is declare their name. And this brings me to July of this year. July of this year, I have decided that something is wrong. Either perhaps people aren't checking the validity of the output they're asking for, or my ChatGPT 4 instance is a tiny sociopath who likes to get caught. So I do a series of tests here. Very simple. What I'm doing is just seeing, will it request the page? And what I'm finding in interacting, it was with multiple versions of ChatGPT, was requesting this thing and looking in the log files and not seeing anything. Or when I did, suddenly there was Skype. Skype was retired. Skype was shut down in May of 2025. So why am I then in July seeing requests that are coming through when I'm asking ChatGPT for a thing? Take a step back, look larger at scale. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't just that one page. In fact, many of us were dealing with this. Skype previews, that tech stack had been, after Skype was retired, adopted by this team. And they're not changing user agents. They're not declaring properly who they are. And how are we supposed to be able to adapt to that? I want to get my brand in front of customers. I want my content to be found. But if I don't know who you are, I still have to protect my site from bots. And it's really not my fault that you launched, I don't know, maybe a couple of new Google agentic user agents without documentation first. So check in your logs if you see Google agent and you see a variant other than Gemini deep crawl here. There's a Mariner and then a search agent, which I'm not sure what it is yet. If you see any more like those, please tag me on LinkedIn, Blue Sky, wherever. Let's trade information. Yeah, we also have pretty notoriously Purrfectly got busted by Cloudflare for trying to use a stealth crawler to get around disallow statements. And our friends over at XFunnel discovered that top one there. That's ChatGPT, but it'll go out and look like a nonchalant everyday user agent. Shenanigans and malarkey. And the third promise in this covenant is that we send traffic. Oh, I really wish you could see everyone's faces right now for this, because I know there was a lot of groans that just happened. And yeah, does it, Liz? Does it? Does it actually? Because what we see this is a really great report done by Will from MSIV. Got a link down here into a bit, broke it down multiple ways. So we could try and look at it left, right, and center and see if things are lining up. And statistically, no, there's not anything there that says this is truly giving great traffic. That first article issued from Google, that was a response. They were mad about Pew saying, actually, ooh, that's brutal. Here's a big drop in the amount of traffic these sites are getting. And Google's response was, no, it's not. The data is inaccurate. It's based on flawed methodologies or isolated examples. I, and many like me, would love to learn better then. All right? I promise to be salty for this one, and I'm gonna be, because you can complain when we're not given anything. It's actually dangerous because you're promising revolutionary tech and telling people that they can trust it. This is the same technology that's telling someone to eat glue. If we don't have a healthy skepticism and understanding of the fallibility of these systems, we're setting ourselves up and others for failure. Nobody wants to deal with that. All right. So the bot covenant, all bets are off. What about search? It's still a search engine, right? It's a search engine, and it does what I ask, and it's going to use search engine mechanics. A search engine is an information retrieval system. It has an index. It assigns weighting and values to things. AI search is not a maintained index. Instead, it's like you put a whole room of parrots together and had them talk. And what they learned from each other became the basis for everything they will say from now on. Yes, there is augmented retrieval for information, but that is only in circumstances where the confidence threshold of the model in its answer is less than, I believe, 0.65. So it's not triggering it for a lot. And the audacity of the things it will say with full confidence is enough that, again, I wonder if people were not checking their outputs, or if maybe my 4.0 is a tiny Hannibal Lecter. AI ranking is a misnomer. What we have now is probabilistic. We have a tendency to exist. This is from one of Google's patents a while back, and it shows, visualization of what our current search system looks like. We have an index, we get a query, we retrieve, we rank, and we give results. Now it's a model and a query. We're not pinging back. These things work in isolation. The reason that your instance of ChatGPT or Gemini, whatever it may be, is different is because your layer of IR on top of it. You are now a key component to it. AI search is intent aware and has a persistent memory. So every time you interact with it, it is learning and fine-tuning more. A query for the best SUVs is going to be different depending on the user's values and how best is defined and rated to them. Don't feel doomed right now if you don't have the budget for AI tracking. AI tracking is just a best guess, honestly. I'm sorry to everyone who just bought a new .ai domain, but all you're doing is buying another yacht for a billionaire at this point, because it's a guess. A synthetic persona that's part of the prompt is not the same thing as complex user embedding vectors created from I've had my Gmail since they first went public access for them. There's a long history built up. You can't replicate that with your synthetic persona and a prompt. And these tools are also persistently resetting memory as well. So there's not that continued long-term, I can learn from you. We are in Finding Nemo territory. It is Dory. It does not know who you are every time you're returning. That does not mean you are doomed. There are ways still to get good insights. No, they're not done with a pretty chart, but I'm sure someone on the internet by now has been like, hey, I made a chart template, enjoy. What we can use instead is analytics referral data. We've got our UTM parameters on there. That's nice, but it's really superficial and not all of them are applying parameters. Instead, if I go ahead and go into logs, or I go into my bot manager, now I can look for user-initiated user agents. I'm looking for ChatGPT user, Perplexity user, Claude user, because that means in an engagement with this model, that bot was sent out to make the request. These are actually how you are appearing in AI search. And lastly, text fragments on your landing pages. So if you have that Fraggle, as Cindy Crum called them, the text fragment on here, that's taking the user directly to the place on the page where the information is found, direct citation. So there's 3 methods to it, and they're all imperfect, but so's the one with the expensive contract. One of the worst things about having the budget to get an AI ranking tool tracker is then realizing, oopsie, that's a lot of API endpoints that are serving as citations. Uh-oh. So one of the things I really want you to do as you're trying to curate your presence in these tools is be aware of what is indexable at large. I'm not just talking the page that the user lands on, I'm talking about every endpoint that fills that. Because maybe that endpoint actually has more data readily available, especially if there's limited mechanics for the tool. Next part of my look into the search engine covenant. Does it do the thing I asked? In a simple experiment, I want to ask it for information on a page, and I'm going to check the logs as it happens. All right. I said, hey, can you go to this page? And I went, no, there was a server error. I was like, hey, I'm actually looking at the logs. You never requested that. And then I got this beautiful response. You're right. I absolutely made a mistake. And it turns out a question I'd asked earlier was also a completely fabricated response. Just absolutely made it up. Because I went, hey, this seems like the next most likely thing to happen. Uh-oh. No, I think I skipped one. Back. Haha. All right, there we go. And again, this is why I'm saying, hey, Liz, I promise I'll stop making fun of you if you give me tech docs. And I'm not doing this to be selfish, well, maybe a little bit. But the thing is, if we have people building their strategy on how to adapt to these AI crawlers using AI tools, they will lie with a full chest, absolute confidence. Here's ChatGPT saying, oh, we don't crawl at all. What are you, Grok? Ha, lies. We need information. We're all trying to make the experience better for users. I love this experiment from Mark Williams-Cook. He is brilliant, following for lots of great insights in this matter. LLMs.txt, everyone was like, is it a thing? Is it not a thing? Is it useful? Do I need it now? Do I need it yesterday? He proposed a new standard for the internet called a cats.txt, and the LLM the next day was like, that's a brilliant idea. And frankly, I think you should spend more time on a cats.txt than LLMs.txt. Because remember, nothing this model says is ever true. It's just statistically probable. Our rendering mechanics. These guys, this is a great article by Vercel. They were kind enough to go ahead and re-verify the information for me not too long ago. Thank you, Ryan Siddle. The only thing that's really changed from December to July of this year is that it appears Claude is sometimes executing JavaScript, but not consistently. And that may be because they're not differentiating their agentic solutions as well. Let's look at this AI index. Does it have a search index? No. Primarily, the decision on what to crawl is entirely based on a couple of things: a title, a snippet, and the credibility of the domain. Yeah, there is no index. So I'm going to focus on ChatGPT for this portion of it because there's still less than 1% of my traffic, and there's like 75 of them, and I'm tired. I will read the docs. If you give me tech docs, I will read them. Absolutely. We can play snippet peekaboo though. We get an idea on what that snippet means. So if you go ahead and open up ChatGPT, you open up DevTools, go to that network tab. You're going to filter and look for conversation, all right? Once you're in there, go ahead and go to the go to the payload for it. And you can actually see all this great information in here. So it's telling me when I did a search. Here is a SERP right here for me. It gives me the order of them. It gives me some useful information right here. I get the URL, the title, the snippet. And in studying these, I found that snippets most often the meta description. It gives ranking description information or ranking position information. It gives metadata. What could we do with this? How could it be useful to you? Well, good news. First thing, it's still a bot, all right? So let's leverage analytics and logs as a proxy for AI trackers. If you don't have the budget for it, fantastic. If you think it's silly, ping me, let's be friends. There are ways for us to make good decisions with what we have available, all right? If you have new pages and you're struggling to get them crawled, link them from the homepage. That homepage is pinged the most. It's the most accessed one. It's the best option for you right there. Meta descriptions are hot again, all right? That snippet's most often the meta description. So that's a forgotten tag we all kind of just ignored for a long time. This is from John last year. He was kind of nonchalantly giving us a nice little hint that, oh, perhaps these are going to be useful in the future again. I love this takeaway. One of my favorite panels at Brighton SEO this year is Dan Taylor. He gave a great technical talk on LLMs and did a ton of studies. He was like, does your schema markup matter? Turns out it's very hard to study that because most of the sites are like website and organization and URL. That's it. That's the markup on there. So there's a difference between like really great knowledge graph style structured data and what is typically out there on the internet. Nuance. he looked at click depth. Yeah, that's important. URL length? No, not at all. But this bit I found really interesting. Performance still matters for AI overviews. These are great stats. I encourage you to go check out his article. I think he's going to post the deck from the conference here soon. When you're looking at your log files and checking out things, look for a status code 499. That is a, oh, I give up. That was too slow response. And you're going to see that from ChatGPT users. That's when it's a real-time search and there's not really time to go ahead and wait for you to load everything. You know, I get that you all want to move to server-side rendering so you can do better in AI, but what happens when your server takes too long to respond? Everybody bails. There's not time for that. Tech SEO still applies, all right? It's got to find the crawlable links. Semantic HTML matters. How you parse the DOM matters. I'm willing to bet they've integrated with enough code bases. They probably understand what those class names mean too around text. Just throwing that out there. And this is the new one. So we're talking about beg, borrow, build, all right? We now have to think about this revolutionary technology that is also simultaneously from 15 years ago. It's a weird revolution. One of the things that's going to be the biggest challenge is going, well, what's the gap between what I see and what the model sees? So this is a new tool, and you can build something similar yourself. This is all things we can, take the parts and build together. But this one was a little bit of a skunks works with the Lumar team. We did a deep crawl skunk work inside of Lumar and made some very useful, in my opinion, content evaluator tools that say, according to the model, according to this particular series of turning words and numbers, this is what this page is about. And that means I can answer questions like, if my keywords turn into conversations in AI, can I still answer that? Okay, cool. If I can't, I probably should work on that one. What concepts are represented? I might think a page is about, my cat, and then AI thinks my cat is a dog, and that's not right at all. We also have recommendations for improvements in it. So if you're going to use these models, don't be like, hey, ChatGPT, give me magic. Make it into small, transparent steps where humans can intervene and go, I understand why they said that. Doesn't make it a good idea, though. Chunk optimizations, too. So looking at your content on the page, does it actually support your main content, or is it completely off-kilter and tangential? We have limited space here. How do we make the most out of it and make it meaningful for users and crawlers? And one of the big ones is don't go all in on AI, because Google's still the majority of your content, and sometimes those optimization strategies backfire. Just saying. One of the things I've seen a lot of people doing is content generation using AI as their basis. Here's the thing. A room full of parrots can't learn a new thing on their own. Content made from that is affected by what's called a sea of sameness. The internet's rapidly bloating. It doesn't matter how you spun it. If your 6 other competitors all use the same model and basically have the same value, why bother indexing any of them? You have to make yourself useful in limited time and space, my friends. All right, and the last one.
We have only a couple of minutes left because we are.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
We're gonna crash. This is my gift. Well, is it my gift or is it me starting something? Let's find out. I would really love Tech Docs. Again, I would be so grateful for them. I will send you cookies, but since no one will give it to me, there's also very smart people who want to see AI transparency, including an ethical hacker right here. So my little gift to you from this, if you go to this URL, you're going to be in a Google Drive and you're going to see for every leak a quick doc that has the assertions. So the rules, constraints, stated facts for every model that's in there, and then the functionalities. And then there's testing strategies using Chrome dev tools to verify them, because these are changing rapidly. So useful things for you. Please go check that out. Tell me what you find. That's the goal here. Let's all work together. because I really just want some technical docs. I promise I won't go abusing them if you just, gave me a basic README. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. I'm on Blue Sky and on LinkedIn and chronically online. So let's be friends. Love to learn from each other.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I wish we had a bit of more time to ask you a few questions, but maybe next time.
Next time,
Hopefully.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much once again. And we have another speaker, so please stay with us. But first, look at our wonderful sponsors once again. You don't see them that often as I wish you could see. So thanks a lot for sponsoring us and thanks for helping us out. And our next speaker is Elliot.
Hey, am I here? Good.
Hello.
All right. How's it going, everybody?
Fantastic. We've been on air almost 4 hours. So, and we have Elliot.
Awesome.
Elliot has over 8 years of experience in digital marketing, SEO, content creation, and who knows what else, and has a diverse range of clients. And I know he can answer some toughest questions that even other very experienced SEOs cannot answer them. So I'll be looking forward to your presentation a lot, Lee. And it will be about from the Paws Up, building hyperlocal visibility via community PR and supporting tools. I think this is of huge interest right now to everyone. So I'm going to enjoy that.
Awesome. Yeah, no, we're excited. Just full transparency, I did take a red eye home from San Diego last night. I showed up at home at 8:30 in the morning, so we're here. I'm living on coffee and a dream, but I'm excited to talk. Can everyone see my presentation?
Not yet.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention that I had my coffee today when I tried to microwave it, and I found another coffee in microwave from the previous day, which I tried to microwave.
That's how you
before.
know. Yeah, that's a great.
So I
that's a great
understand
day.
you. I understand you.
Yeah, we had a coffee break just before this, so we're all filled up. Fantastic. Well, yeah, I'm excited to get talking here, and I won't take up too much of everyone's time. But yeah, the name of my talk here is building hyperlocal visibility with community PR and supporting tools. But essentially, what we're talking about is local link building. I work at Citation Labs. My name is Lee Elliott. I do strategy and sales to some degree over there. And we are a link building agency. We also focus on AI visibility as well with a tool called Zofu, which I'll talk about in a little bit here. But yeah, no, we're excited. This is something that I really am passionate about. I think that it is something that you all can totally DIY as well. So this is not something that is proprietary. What I'm going to do here is sort of give you the guidebook and the keys to go ahead and do some of this stuff on your own. And if you don't have the bandwidth to do it and you are interested in building some local links, just get in touch with me and we can go from there. So first off, here's just the outline roughly. We're going to talk about a little bit about what is community PR, how does it impact visibility in both search engines and AI models. What are some pro strategies you can use in order to maximize your visibility there? A little bit about us and where we come in. And you'll see this man on a horse here. This is actually a statue that's in Louisville, Kentucky in the United States, which is where our home office is, where our headquarters are. Okay, so community PR, this is sort of a term that we have coined, but what we're talking about here is building visibility for your brand in a given community. And so that can be locally, but that can also be in a community like Reddit or in a place where your ideal customers live. So we can talk a little bit more about that in just a second here, but this is an alternative to digital PR, and it allows for you to build real like local and niche visibility for your brand. So if you have brick and mortars and you really focus on local traffic, Google business visibility, those kinds of things, if that is bringing in sales to your business, then this is something you really want to pay attention to. We also believe that it can parlay into boosting AI visibility as well. So your visibility in ChatGPT and Google's AI overviews, Perplexity and Claude and all those other tools that we're all using these days. How is this different from digital PR, which is something that we've all known about in the link building space? It is a hyper local alternative to digital PR. So we're focusing not only just on cities and towns where we're able to build these links that are then relevant for local businesses, but we're also not putting our content in the hands of journalists or editorial boards. So we're able to get a little bit more creative about how we talk about our businesses. And then we're also building these links with trusted local organizations. In this case, we're talking about local nonprofits, which I can go into in just a second here. So how do we do this community PR, right? What community PR is to us is a number of things, but the way that we practice it at Citation Labs and our sister agency, ZipSprout, is we have a database of 160,000 nonprofits in the United States and Canada that we have scraped from the internet. We have done business with over 21,000 of these organizations, but they can run the gamut. Everything. They can be food banks, they can be animal shelters, they can be car clubs, art walks, arts fairs and festivals. The inventory for these organizations is really, really broad. And we only work in the United States and Canada. We have done campaigns outside of those countries, but I would imagine the inventory globally is equally large, if not much larger, right? So there's a ton of opportunities here. We have data that suggests from a organization that we're actually trying to partner with, there's over 1.8 million nonprofits in the United States. So we could 10x our availability of nonprofit organizations in the United States and Canada, and still not even scrape the surface of opportunities for building links. And so this is widely people under indexing on these links, and it's a big opportunity. We have data that suggests that it builds all sorts of visibility as far as keyword rankings, as far as the numbers of keywords that you're ranking for. And we're even working on some data that might suggest that it shifts visibility in the Google Map Pack and other snippets as well. So it's impactful, and it's something that you can do today. You could start right now. So again, what are the benefits here? You sponsor a nonprofit organization. What do you get with the sponsorship? So typically speaking, we're looking at a backlink. We're looking at a brand mention. We're also looking at other things, like it's entirely possible that they will shout you out on their social media. They'll add you to a newsletter. They're going to write a thank you post on their blog. And then additionally, you get intangible elements, right? You're getting the things that traditional PR strives for as well. So you're getting, good vibes and positive brand feelings around your brand because you're sponsoring these beloved local organizations. And then it's even possible that if you have a large enough campaign, you're able to get downstream media coverage, because at this point in time, the media and journalists are really struggling to find these feel-good stories, such as philanthropic efforts by a local business, right? So if you are a roofing company and you're giving back to all these food banks, or you're building a house with a disaster relief company or a disaster relief organization or something along those lines, it's easy media coverage. So that's downstream coverage, more visibility that's inherently linked to your philanthropic efforts. And it's just something you can feel good about, right? Customers love a community-oriented business. They want businesses that are connecting with them in a real way. So why do these organizations, why does sponsoring these organizations work for SEO and GEO? Well, one, local links are big for local SERPs, right? The number of off-page signals in a given local area, especially if you're in a rural area, are small. So building these links out these links punch way above their weight. They might only be, DA like, 10 plus, right? But we're finding that they have a massive impact on our clients' keyword rankings. These LLMs are already citing nonprofit domains. If you go into like ChatGPT or something along those lines and ask it to find a list of 50 nonprofit domains in your area, it's going to pull these already. It doesn't even have to do web searches like that. These LLMs are baked into their training models already. So your links are being, and your content and the mentions, I mean, these pages are already being crawled and indexed and put into ChatGPT's knowledge graph. So they're already, they're already familiar with these organizations. And then what we're also seeing is that these campaigns can be high yield because these organizations need your money. And I don't know if this is the same elsewhere in the world here, but in the United States, what we're seeing is that a lot of these organizations are losing grant funding. They're losing donations because of the economy. And so, they are desperately in need of sponsorship to continue their work in your community. So they're very willing to work with you and add backlinks in a way that, hasn't been, it's not super transactional because you're supporting a local nonprofit, but it's pretty simple to get the link built is what I can say there. So yeah, how is this different, right? What we're talking about with traditional linking is backlinks to a landing page. We're talking about anchored text, and we're talking about this mythical concept of link juice. When we're building for AI visibility, we're also concerned about brand mentions, right? We're talking about narrative fragments, so a little bit more about your story. We're talking about local impact and feel-good bits, and also talking about the citation memory, right? So how do you go about doing this sponsorship? One, you can come to us, and we have a tool that's called our local sponsorship finder. And if you're interested in working in the United States and Canada, if you have some clients over here, if you work in-house, you can have access to our data. You can crawl through all of the 160,000 plus opportunities that are in our database, and we'll give you all their contact information. You can go out and do what you need to do. But on the flip side, if you work elsewhere, you can use ChatGPT or you can use Google, and there's a couple easy operators that you could use to just say, hey, local nonprofit near me, or non-governmental organizations, or go to ChatGPT and ask it to do deep research and find a list of nonprofits in your area. The cool thing is, and this is getting a little bit off topic here, but you can find these locally focused links, right, which are in your area, which are punching above their weight in the SERPs and everything else. But you can also find locally focused links that are also topically relevant, right? I was at Brighton SEO last week. I talked with a gentleman who ran a car parts website. And one of the things that he was mentioning was that, he had a tough time finding these local links that were both locally relevant and topically relevant. He was talking about building links with, car dealerships. I think that was his main focus here. And I got to thinking, and we did a little bit of a brainstorm, but he is, there's car enthusiast clubs that exist all over the world, right? That are also all inherently linked with his business. These are all car enthusiasts who gather together. They have events, they have car shows, and there's probably 15 in and around my area just here in North Carolina. But if you look nationally, they're all over the place. So if you want to focus locally and topically relevant, you can hone your search in a little bit and do a little bit of work on the back end, on the front end, and really even boost your results. I mean, I don't even, if it's like 2x, 10x, whatever it is, but the topical relevance and the local relevance as well have a real synergy there. So then what you're going to want to do once you have that list and you've done some contact finding is you're going to see if these organizations feature sponsors on their website. If they don't, you can reach out to them and say, hey, is it possible for a sponsorship fee that you would include my link on your website? But generally speaking, you want to just streamline it and only look for people that are already featuring sponsors on their website, and then you just start the outreach process. So it's quite simple. So where can you look, right? This is a word map that I pulled from our database. So these are sort of the most common keywords that we're looking at. But what we're seeing here is, like community gardens, museums, chambers of commerce, theater troupes, sports teams, any sort of environmental organization. There are faith-based organizations. There are social issue organizations that are advocating for these things. So it really runs the gamut. You can find all sorts of nonprofit organizations that are in and around your area that are looking for sponsorship and may even be topically related to your business. So you get that double whammy. Just because we're at SEOcharity and we're raising money for animals here, there are 9,500 animal rescue organizations in the United States alone. So I don't know how that scales over to the rest of the world, but there are plenty of opportunities here all over the country. So it really is something that you can reach out. You know, this is Saving Grace. This is an animal shelter that's near me in Greensboro, North Carolina. And they have I believe they have another one in Wake Forest, North Carolina. But, you know, they take sponsorship. There's nobody who has sponsored their organization, but they are totally willing to add a link to your website. I checked, or to their website. I checked. So yeah, here we go. Don't just start yet, though. Here's a couple ways that you can make the most of your sponsorship dollars, because you want to make sure I mean, these aren't necessarily cheap links. You know, the way that we're doing it is that, you know, we're landing these typically around like $500 a piece, and that includes the cost of sponsoring the organization. So you want to make sure that if you're doing these links, which do punch above their weight and are worth it from you know, it's worth pursuing, you just want to make sure that you're being consistent and doing a couple things here to just make the most of it. So number one, don't just settle for a logo and a link. What you want is a ready to post brand mention that will add to the synergy of you getting indexed in an LLM model as you continue to scale out these sponsorships. So I'll get into what a brand mention might be in a second here. You also want to be asked to be named in an impact blog post, or you want to be featured in the organization's social media or newsletter. There's all sorts of other, there's all sorts of other, you know, intangible benefits that you might get as well. They might give you a set of tickets to their gala fundraiser. They might, you know, add your name to the side of a stadium. They might do all sorts of other things, but these are the digital impacts that we're looking for. So we're looking at, for a brand mention, you know, you want to get added to their social media and possibly newsletter, and just like see what you can get. Really just negotiate with them and see what they're willing to give you in exchange for your money. Here's what, you know, we think that AI is looking for in these brand mentions. So you want to have your full brand name and description. You want to have a clear description of what you sponsored. You want to have a stated impact or outcome. And then you want to have a mention of your location and roughly what you do. So here's sort of a sketch of what that might look like for Citation Labs. So Citation Labs from Louisville, Kentucky, built out our brand new playground, and now the students of Louisville Montessori have a safe place to play during recess. Like, that is sort of a brand mention in a nutshell. If we were going to expand it to something that doesn't fit on this slide, we would also talk about the work that Citation Labs does, you know, that we're a link building and marketing service, that we're an agency who works with brands all over the world. I mean, there's a bunch of things that you can add to here, but this is sort of the rough, perfect brand mention that you want either adjacent to your link, or you would love to see in a impact blog post or a social media shout out as well. Yeah, oh, exactly. SEOcharity, check it out. They'll give you a backlink for sure. And then what to avoid in link building. So here's what you don't want to do. You don't want to have any inconsistent brand description. So if you have a brand mention that you're adding to your sponsorships across the board, what you want to make sure is that those descriptions and mentions are consistent in that they are confirming that you have the same offerings, that you're in the same location. And this can be a real risk for companies that have a large set of offerings, because if you start to build out all these AI ranking signals and mentions and citations around, like, say, for example, you print birthday cards and then you also print posters, it can be confusing to an LLM, and they may begin to cite you in a different way if they can, keep seeing those signals that are confusing around the internet. So how are you earning, or are you earning your AI visibility? So do you have, this is just a little checklist, and I'm happy to send this over as well, but just make sure that you have a solid brand mention in your sponsorship text. Is there, a clear action result statement? Is the brand mention indexable? Is it on an indexable page? And then is your brand or organization included in Schema? This is something I cut out of the slide to make room for some other stuff, but we have in the past tried asking these local nonprofit organizations to add local organization schema to the sponsor page so that search engines can have a better idea of our place in the world as a brand or as a client that we're doing links for. I will say, though, that asking a volunteer who is probably not a professional webmaster to add JSON schema to their sponsor page, they will probably look at you like you have two heads. It's going to be very confusing for them. So that might not be worth the squeeze there. But then are you building up these sponsorships on multiple trusted sites in your community? So that's sort of that is the rough checklist for maximizing the AI visibility from one of these local sponsorships. So how can you be sure of your impact? And this is one of the things that I was talking about at the outset of our talk here. We have a free tool called Zofu.com. And what Zofu does is it benchmarks your AI visibility versus your competitors for a number of prompts. And so it's very simple. All you do is go to xofu.com. You can sign up. It's free and in beta right now. So you can have one free project. If you're an agency or you have multiple domains or brands and you want to focus on that kind of stuff, reach out to us. We can set you up with some more there. We're in the process of rolling out our pricing tiers, but for now, one project is free. And then you can just take a benchmark of your site, begin your community PR work, and then audit your progress at intervals. So come back after 3 months, after 6 months, after 12 months, and start to understand a little bit more about how not only just your community PR work is performing as far as indexing in these LLMs, but additionally, any kind of content updates you're doing, any kind of content marketing work you're doing, any kind of additional link building you're doing. We're really excited to see this kind of data begin to get scaled as more and more people are indexing or auditing their sites in Zofu. And so hopefully, we'll if you like the tool and you want to be involved in the beta and the development process, we'd love to chat about how we can make this tool more helpful for you. But this is a way that you can sort of look at how these local sponsorships are influencing your place in the LLM knowledge graph. So just, full transparency also, this is not the only way that you can build community PR, right? There are so many other ways that you can begin to influence the lives of your community in a real way. So, starting a company Reddit account to help your ICPs on Reddit, like really dive deep into answers, questions and that kind of thing. Garrett just gave a brilliant talk. James talked about it as well earlier today about Flux. So like, how can you mine that content on Reddit, on LinkedIn, on other areas where your ideal customers are getting together and talking, and how can you be a part of that conversation and be helpful and provide real value to your community? So that's an interesting way. You can also sponsor events where you might not get any actual digital impact, but that empower your ideal customers to connect. We just sponsored the Boardwalk Bash at Brighton a couple days ago, and just to see our, these folks that are quote unquote our ideal customers, which are just SEOs that are getting together to have some beers and talk shop. I mean, that is an intangible benefit to doing some of this work here. Is like, is it going to translate directly to a conversion? No, but it does build out this community PR that is it does snowball down into other benefits down the line here, and then actually help people on LinkedIn, right? So connecting with folks who are looking for work is a great example, and connecting them with people in your network who are hiring. I mean, especially right now, it's a tough time for SEOs to be finding work. I mean, it seems like that might be changing a little bit, but just reach out to people, do this kind of work, build community, and you'll see you'll really see tangible benefits down the line. So here are the reasons why you might not want to do this right now. So this is just a full sort of transparency again, like a couple of things that are worth noting. This work can be very time intensive. So working with nonprofits involves outreaching to volunteers. A lot of these volunteers are not solely focused on development. They're not solely focused on fundraising. And so it may take several emails and phone calls and getting some FaceTime with someone in order to build out a sponsorship. When I talk to people about why they're not doing this work, most often the reason that they're not doing this work is because they don't have the bandwidth to take on this project. It can take quite a long time to scale these placements. And additionally, it's not the cheapest form of link building. There are other ways that you can build links that are cheaper. I'm not sure about the impact though. So I will say that for local, this is the thing that we're really indexing on. We have many case studies on our site that prove out the impacts here. And so if this is something that you want to do, I do think it's worth the squeeze, but it does take time if you want to DIY it for sure. So just to wrap everything up here, here's the map of community PR. So when you're building out these local links and you're adding your brand mentions and you're asking, you're negotiating with these nonprofit organizations to get the most value for your buck here, you're getting links that are going to be indexed in Google. You're getting community citations and brand mentions in LLMs. You're getting like social media posts that are going to boost your visibility on the social media platforms. And then additionally, if you've done enough of these, you're able to get in touch with local press outlets, talk about your philanthropic work. And then these community organizations are beloved by community members, and they begin to spread the word about your positive involvement with their favorite organizations. And then you can just, and further get email blasts and newsletters from your continued support of these organizations. So it's not just an SEO play. It is good for SEO. It is good for GEO, but it's a full spectrum way of building visibility for your brand in a way that is honestly a feel good. Like it's something you can go to bed at night thinking like, wow, we diverted some of our marketing funds or some of our clients' marketing funds to organizations that really need the money and are doing good work in our community. So it's a net win on both sides. And it's something we're really excited about going forward. I'll wrap up very quickly. A little bit about us. Citation Labs, long-standing link building agency. We provide all these different offerings, which I can talk about later. But yeah, if this is something that you're interested in, please feel free to reach out. I am on LinkedIn, Lee Elliot. I'm there. We'll get you in touch. If lee@citationlabs.com is my email address. But yeah, if this is something that you want to do, but you don't have the bandwidth to do it, or you want to even just talk about how to DIY it in the best way, like I'm happy to talk about this. This is something that we're happy to share. None of this stuff is proprietary. We just happen to have a big team in place where we can do the outreach and build these links for you. So yeah, let's start a conversation. Oh,
that was nice.
Old webinar. Let me get that off here. There we go. All right. Cool.
It was wonderful. Thank you, Lee. You were one of the best speakers to finalize the whole conference today, and it was all
amazing.
very for community and so related to everything we are doing. Thank you so much once again.
It's all thanks to coffee, of course. Yeah, we
yeah,
know
of course.
without the coffee, you wouldn't be able to put a couple. Yeah.
No, I'd be snoozing. I would have been asleep at the desk like long ago. So, no, thank you very much, and it was my pleasure.
I've actually got one quick question, and then we go because we are actually a bit out of time. But I just want to know, how do you understand if that link worked?
So the way that we do it is we have a tool called Link Launch that we use ahead of time when we're working with our clients. And essentially what we're doing is just looking at link gaps, right? So we're looking at link gaps, and we're looking at the cadence at which your competitors are building links. We're trying to understand a little bit better about like which pages we want to start building links to, just so that we're being the most effective with our clients' link building spend, so that we can see the most real impact. So once we've structured the campaign, afterward, what we're doing is we're taking a subset of pages that we've built links to, or a page that we've built links to, and then we're looking at a set of control pages, so pages that we have not built links to. And from there, we're monitoring that over time to understand, okay, how many keywords is one page or several pages that we've built links to, these campaign pages, how many keywords are they ranking for? How has the ranking shifted for these target keywords that our clients are really interested in? How have those shifted over time? And typically speaking, it's tough to avoid confounding variables and make sure that you're like dealing with isolated data. But generally speaking, we're able to have a pretty good idea over time, over 3, 6, 12 months, what the impact was for our clients. And it's something that you can do easily if you have a SEMrush subscription or some other SEO utility tool that you're able to track visibility of these keywords over time.
So if something is not in your data, so you didn't see any traction after that, the rankings didn't go up, or so on and so forth,
Yeah.
do you try again maybe, or you just abandon the whole idea of working with this resource?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. At some point, if these aren't working, then ideally speaking, our ideal client would be somebody who has, optimized their site to a point where the question for them is off page my only route forward? Like they've ideally handled all their technical SEO questions, on page optimization. Oftentimes we'll provide some suggestions as far as content to add to a page in order to make it and this is not necessarily for our local sponsorships, but just in general when we're having the initial conversations. So like, if apples to apples, and there is no like big question marks around someone's site, we do tend to see impact there. But yeah, if there is no impact over a certain time, then we definitely need to go back to the drawing board and understand a little bit better about if there are underlying issues that are preventing those off-page ranking signals from really like building the visibility that we want to see.
And okay.
Yeah.
That's about it. And in terms of Zofu, when you start building links, do you see big changes there when like you do add these properties, you add these links, and do you see fast changes in that tool in terms of AI visibility? Do they
Well, so
help?
we are just getting started with Zofu. So these are things that we're like actively building data sets for. So this is all hypothetical at the moment, but these are things that we're anecdotally seeing. We're just trying to prove out with data. So yeah, Zofu is something we're really just rolling out right now, but over time we hope to release more data studies. We have a couple of things that are in the works right now that I can't speak too much about, but we will absolutely be publishing some data when we have it.
Okay, nice. Thank you so
Excellent.
much, Lee. Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone, for watching us. Thank you, Anton. Anton, do you want to say something before we?
Yeah, I want to say thank you for everyone who donated today, who sponsored us, who spoke, and who were listening and watching us. And we will keep going. We're doing a separate single live stream. So if you have ideas, you can pitch us, and hopefully we'll have another conference in half a year. So you can pitch us right now. Yeah. Thank you very much, and Lee, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Well, we'll hopefully be at the next one.
Yes.
Yeah, we hope so as well. So once again, you should look into the faces of these wonderful logos of these wonderful companies that sponsored this event today, from which I hope you learned a huge lot of wonderful and interesting and helpful things. So please